2nd April 2015. Could I just remind members that this meeting may be recorded and subsequently made available to public for listening purposes, and could I ask all members and members of the public to make sure their phones are switched off or put on silent? Thank you. Could you confirm the Sediment, please? We got any apologies?
Councillor Hislop and Councillor McGregor.
Councillor Gilroy, could you just confirm the second person?
Councillor McGregor.
Councillor Ogilvie.
Good morning. We have 14 members present today. I have apologies from Councillor Diggle, Councillor Groom, Councillor McGregor, Councillor McCutcheon and Councillor Ogilvie. Councillor Geddes and Councillor Dick are not present. Oh, 15 members present. Okay, and Councillor Hislop.
Have we got any declaration of interest? Could I just say first, I'll be vacating the chair in item 6, Muswell Lodge Park, as I've got a relative who's one of the objectors. Ian?
Item 7, the applicant's family is known to me.
Lucy, could we confirm the minutes previous meeting? Indeed, thank you. Could you outline the procedures, Lucy, please?
The Planning Applications Committee will consider each application in turn as detailed on the agenda. The case officer or other appointed officer will make a short presentation addressing the determining issues accompanied by digital images. Any late information, amendments or corrections will be reported at this time. Members may ask questions of officers following the presentation on points of clarification. The chairman has been provided with a list of eligible representatives who have registered to speak at this meeting within the period specified in council policy. No other persons will be allowed to speak. The chairman will individually invite those who have registered in advance to speak to make their presentation, after which they may be questioned by committee members. No questions may be asked of members. The order of eligible parties being heard will be as follows: third parties objecting to an application, third parties supporting an application, statutory consultees objecting to an application, elected members of Dumfries and Galloway Council who are not members of the Planning Applications Committee. Such members should withdraw from the committee chamber after making their presentation, applicants or their agents. Representatives have been placed in alphabetical order, and a copy of the public speaking list is available from the committee officer taking notes of our proceedings. Presentations will be strictly limited to 3 minutes per person, excepting for national and major developments, which by their very nature are more complex, where the time limit will be 5 minutes. Item 5 is a major development. The chairman of the committee will ask you to come to a conclusion if you take too long. Representatives are encouraged to use the time allotted to clarify any points they consider material and address the determining issues. Certain matters are not normally material planning considerations and will not be taken into account by the Council when deciding on a planning application. Representatives should not raise any new matters without explaining why they were not raised earlier with the case officer. Please do not repeat what is in the report, as members will have already read the report. After all the representations have been heard, the meeting is then informal session and no members of the public may address the committee from the public gallery. The Planning Applications Committee will then proceed to determine the application or, where appropriate, agree a recommendation to be made to full council, who will determine the application.
Thanks, Lucy. Item 4 is the Brayfield Poultry Unit, Leswalk Road, Stranraer, A14/B/1/0654, B14/B/1/0655, and C14/B/1/0656. This was deferred for further consideration at the last meeting due to a site visit. Could I ask Andrew to run through the slides for members? Can you tell us who can participate in this?
Only those members who heard the original representation for the item, that is item 4, can vote on the item. Members who heard the original representation but did not attend the site visit can also determine the application. The members who can determine this item are Councillor Martin, Councillor Dempster, Councillor Blake, Councillor Crothers, Councillor Diggle, however he is absent, Councillor Drybra, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Geddes, Councillor Groom, who is absent, Councillor Hislop, who is absent, Councillor Maitland, Councillor McCaughtrey, Councillor McComb, Councillor McCutcheon, who is absent, Councillor McKee, Councillor Thompson, and Councillor Witts.
Excuse me, Chair, point of order. I attended that last meeting. Although I did not attend the site visit, I should be eligible to vote.
Councillor Dick.
Andrew, could we go with the slides now?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yes, just a quick recap of this application. This is 3 separate applications seeking planning permission in principle for the erection of a dwelling house. The 3 sites are located to the west of Stranraer on the northern side of Leswalk Road, as illustrated on the plan on the slide. In terms of the layout of the site, all the sites are located next to each other. So plot 1 is located in the furthest west of the site, plot 2 in the centre of the site, and plot 3 on the far right there on the eastern part of the site. And the proposed access would utilise the existing access into the site. In terms of the site allocations in the local development plan, this slide shows the Stranraer inset map, and the application site is shown in the top left-hand corner there. And the site is located outside the settlement boundary, which is denoted by the black line running around the edge of the settlement. Remaining slides will just show some photographs just for those members who were unable to attend the site visit. So this is the front of the site, looking west across the frontage. This is in sort of that's the location of plot 1. And this is another view of the same buildings where plot 1 would be situated. This would be where plot 2 and 3 would be situated. This is the centre of the site where plot 2 would be situated. That's the existing access road into the site. This is the site of plot 3, and in the background you can just see the fringe of the houses on the fringe of the Stranraer boundary. These are some of the buildings at the rear of the site. So this is where plot 2 would be situated. This is where plots 1 and 2 would be situated. And this is in the middle of the site. This is land to the rear of the site, which is within the curtilage of plot 1. That's the existing and proposed access. And in terms of visibility, this is to the northwest. and to the southeast, looking back towards Stranraer. And in terms of separation, oh, sorry, that's the countryside view across that's opposite the site. And in terms of separation between the site and the Stranraer boundary, that's shown in this slide here. So in conclusion, officers consider that the proposed development fails to comply with any of the criteria of LDP policy H3 and the accompanying draft supplementary guidance, in particular that the development would not result in beneficial redevelopment of a brownfield site, and the application is therefore recommended for refusal as per the report.
Thank you. Members now in session. Councillor McKee.
Thanks, Chair. I think on the basis that the local it was dismissed from the local development plan, which has only been in place for 5-6 months, I would go with the recommendation of refusing this application.
Councillor Maitland.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I've read this report carefully. I would agree with my colleague that this does not comply with our policies. Thank you. I'm seconding the motion.
Thank you. Have there any other members other than me? Councillor Dick.
Yeah, first of all, I would say I did not attend the site visit, as the development site is in my ward, and I pass it every other day, so I'm fairly familiar with it. I would be consistent with what I said at the last meeting and recommend that the development goes ahead on the basis that the existing site is demonstrably intrusive visually and environmentally, and the condition of the site does significantly detract from the amenity of the surrounding area, and also that it has been demonstrated that the existing site, in my opinion, cannot remain used as agricultural land for the simple fact that it has lain derelict for a considerable period. I also think that the development houses would be of a greater economic benefit than remaining as a derelict agricultural site as is. I would move that the development does go ahead contrary to the recommendation.
Brothers.
I think it was worthwhile that we did go on the site visit. We were able to take in, we were able to see how close it was actually to the boundary. I'm not going on to the political deficit as I rambled on last time, but I'll just come in and second the amendment at this point in time.
Yeah. Any other members? Good. Could you, Ian, could you get the clarification again for the amendment?
Sorry, what clarification do you require?
For the conditions attached, could the conditions attached to the reason?
That I believe that there's reasons as stated under for that this should be contrary to policy for the reasons I've stated in my bullet points.
David?
So, sorry, could you, I was trying to scribble them down, but you'd said that the existing site is visually and environmentally intrusive, is that right? Did I get that bit correct?
If I could just clarify, if you go to the recommendations, what I'm basically doing is suggesting taking out the word not in the first bullet point, and in the second line taking out the word not, so that it reads that the existing site is demonstrably intrusive visually, environmentally, and the condition of the site does significantly detract from the amenity of the surrounding area. And in the second bullet point, again, simply taking out the word not and adding that because it has lain derelict for such a considerable period of time. And furthermore, I've suggested that there are economic development reasons based on the fact that the development of these houses would be of a greater economic benefit than remaining as the existing derelict agricultural site.
David?
It's really just to reiterate that where officers have assessed an application against the policy, that's the assessment in terms of the development plan. And members are perfectly entitled to disagree with that, but what it's a long-standing thing that you can't just take out the word not in a reason for refusal and it doesn't therefore become competent. I mean, from what you've said, it couldn't be used, couldn't remain in agricultural use. Well, I mean, it is in agricultural use just now as a poultry unit. Probably the only thing that was stated there was that it would be a greater economic benefit by it being redeveloped than left in its current condition. Now, so if you wish to approve it contrary to recommendation on that basis, then that would be competent. But the other bits above where you're just removing the word not, I'm afraid there's long-standing principle against that.
Well, if that's the basis for competency, I would suggest that that it is of greater economic benefit. If we want to take the 2 bullet points as I amended them, that was my primary reason, that it's a greater economic benefit to go ahead with this development rather than leave things as they are.
Alistair?
Well, you know, as far as I'm concerned, sir, I do know the site. I don't pass it, you know, daily or nearly as frequent a basis now as I used to do. But I would have to say, having gone to the site visit, that in my opinion, that the site is demonstrably intrusive, both from an environmental and from a visual perspective. It's not in a good condition, sir, and even the most cursory glance at the slides that were put up there, I think, would confirm that situation. But, so to that extent, I would presume that in addition to the point that Mr. Cttee has helpfully made about, you know, the competence aspect of it, that would also be permissible to be included in that particular issue. And if that's the case, I would ask the mover and the seconder of the amendment to accept that. But again, sir, I would welcome clarification.
So sorry, you're basically just saying that the visual impact of the current condition of the building is the concern?
No, and it is a concern, Chair, but in addition, you know, to what Councillor Dick is saying.
Councillor Blake?
Thank you, Chairman. It's a very similar point. I agree with the condition of the building, but also the fact that it's lain derelict for, I understand, for more than 20 years. Could some weight be put towards that?
Yeah.
There's only one concern I have. We have an empathy, Alistair and I, about derelict buildings, but are we sure that a planning reason for allowing a building to be built on agricultural land is because there happens to be a derelict building there? I don't know whether that's appropriate or not, because it certainly makes planning policy difficult, and we have to be consistent in what we do.
David?
Yes, Chair, just to be clear about this, obviously you have the policy H3 in the LDP, but related to that is the supplementary guidance on housing in the countryside. Now that is admittedly only at draft stage at the moment, but it has been through the Economy, Environment and Infrastructure Committee and approved for public consultation. It's been through the consultation period, and I understand it will be coming before the next committee of the Economy, Environment and Infrastructure Committee next month. But part of that draft supplementary guidance makes it clear that proposals for sites which are concluded to be suitable for redevelopment will also need to satisfy all of the following criteria if they're to be supported. And it goes on to give 6 bullet points of items which need to be addressed. Because the application was so clearly contrary to policy, officers put it up with a recommendation for refusal without putting the applicant to additional expense requiring to identify each of those. I would suggest that if the committee is minded through a vote to support this, it should really be probably deferred to allow the applicant to try and demonstrate all of these issues there. And if you want, I can read out all 6 bullet points, but it does go on for some length of time. But it involves issues such as the significant environmental or community benefit to be gained as a consequence of the existing building as being demolished and the site to be redeveloped. Well, that was kind of Councillor Geddes' point. The existing buildings can be evidenced as being beyond economic repair and retention. That hadn't really been evidenced to any great degree. The new development will be in keeping with the main features of the landscape and will have regard to the need to integrate with its surroundings. Physical footprint of the new buildings will not be greater than those of the existing buildings and will, in most instances, required to be significantly less. That hasn't really been shown with a planning permission principle. Scale of the new development will be minimised to what is absolutely necessary to secure the rehabilitation of the site. And so it goes on about that. All planning applications shall be accompanied by a statement setting out the history of the previous land use and activities and where relevant, a scheme of investigation and remediation, detailing the contaminated land. That hasn't been explored either, and you'll note that there is issues from the contaminated land officer about that, which at the very least would need to be addressed by a suspensive condition.
Councillor Blake.
It's really going back to the point, the question I asked about the fact it's lain derelict for probably more than 20 years. Can any bearing be placed on that?
It's obviously a material consideration which members may wish to give due weight to, but again, just to reiterate, the existing use is an agricultural use. The surrounding land is also agricultural, so there's no inherent change of use. It's not like, say, a factory that was sitting out in open countryside. So there isn't that same degree of brownfield redevelopment benefit that you would find in other development.
Councillor Crothers.
I think the points have been made, but still, even after what's been said, I still fully support the amendment that's been put forward. And I have got an issue in regards to interpretation. I hear what David's saying in regards to that. I suppose it's a fully trained officer's put a point of view, and that's at carte blanche. But I've seen a difference in interpretation between one officer and another. So I think there should be leeway for when a member comes in with a particular interpretation.
Councillor Maitland.
I was really going to say that if you're going to go for a deferral in order to get the points from the applicant that are being suggested, I'll defer to my fellow member here, but it seems to me that within months of agreeing a local development plan which sets out how we should be developing the area in Stranraer, it says quite clearly in 4.9 that it would seem odd not to deal with the brownfield and allocated sites in Stranraer first. That's what members wanted to do through the LDP. And I would remind people, actually, that that's what the public wanted as well. And the council has, through the democratic process, settled on the LDP only a matter of months ago. I think it's bizarre to be starting to unpick it for, to my mind, not terribly substantial reasons. I haven't been shown, for example, that there is an economic case in this particular instance. I'll defer to the mover of the motion as to what he wants to do.
I think, as has already been stated, the local development plan was agreed a matter of months ago, and to try and change it already, what's the point of having a local development plan? Might it just as well tear it up and make decisions based on what we think every month? So I think we should go ahead and make a decision on this today.
Councillor Geddes.
Well, if we're going down the road of procedural motions and amendments, sir, I would move, from a procedural point of view, that this application is determined today, bearing in mind, in fact, that it is an application in principle.
Councillor Dick.
I entirely agree with that, and if it's necessary, I would second it. And could I remind, my understanding is that notwithstanding policy, there is still the ability of members to make a determination contrary to policy, given proper and adequate reasons. And that's what I believe that I'm doing in this case.
Councillor McComb. I'll go to the vote.
Thanks, Chair. My understanding is that our housing in the countryside policy permits development if it is a beneficial redevelopment of a brownfield site. Now, I'm not in any doubt that this is a brownfield site. No doubt whatsoever. And quite honestly, I feel that the provision of 3 houses, 150 metres from an existing suburban housing area, would be beneficial rather than keeping 3 old, dilapidated, semi-derelict hen houses.
Good. So Dempster.
Can we just establish whether it's brownfield or agricultural? It doesn't matter what a member thinks. It's how it's described and how it was presented at the time and currently. I think that's fair. I understand it's agricultural. That there's an argument that it's been converted into a commercial use, but my understanding is it's agricultural and not brownfield.
Councillor David?
Just to confuse matters, it is both. The use is agricultural as defined by Section 277 of the Planning Act. So the existing use just now is agricultural. Definition of brownfield is basically a piece of land that has been developed for a purpose. So it is a brownfield site in as far as an agricultural development has taken place on the site. It's not literally a green field. But the development that has taken place is for an agricultural purpose. As I say, it's not, for the thrust of the policy, what it was trying to do was say that if you have, say, a former, just for argument's sake, say a sort of industrial building which has historically sat in open countryside, rather than leaving that to decay and cause amenity issues, it might be beneficial in certain circumstances which are prescribed in the supplementary guidance for that to be converted into a different use. And it might, in certain circumstances, be okay, but just to be clear, it is not in the policy that it's carte blanche for any brownfield site to become a residential scheme. That is quite clear, and the section that I read out to you before from the draft supplementary guidance does state that where it's concluded that it is suitable for redevelopment, it will also need to satisfy all of the following criteria which are to be supported, and that's the list of 6 bullet points I read out. So yes, the LDP is supportive in principle of rural brownfield sites being redeveloped, but only where it meets these criteria. It's not carte blanche.
Right. We've got the vote. Lucy, can you read out the recommendation? And
A motion proposed by Councillor McKee and seconded by Councillor Maitland is to refuse the application. The amendment proposed by Councillor Dick and seconded by Councillor Crothers is to allow the application for the purposes of economic development.
the motion. David, Councillor McKee, could you just you went with the motion, or do you go for a deferral?
No,
The recommendation.
go with the motion. I didn't see the point of a deferral.
Councillor Martin?
Motion.
Councillor Dempster?
Motion.
Councillor Blake?
Amendment.
Councillor Crothers?
Amendment.
Councillor Dick?
Amendment.
Councillor Drybrough?
Motion.
Councillor Ferguson?
Amendment.
Councillor Geddes?
Amendment.
Councillor Maitland?
Motion.
Councillor McCoughtry?
Motion.
Councillor McComb?
Amendment.
Councillor McKee?
Motion.
Councillor Thompson?
Amendment.
Councillor Witt?
Amendment.
The amendment carries by 8 votes to 6.
Thank you, Lucy. Can we now go on to item 5 on the agenda, the land at Willanty Estate and Glen Swinton Farm, Barton, Morecambe, Whitfell Wind Farm, application number.
Sorry, Chair, it was slowing me there. When you've said approved, I assume that is subject to the appropriate conditions, in which case I would suggest that the standard planning permission principle conditions, the standard roads conditions as set out by the roads officer, the need for a contaminated land survey to be carried out as set out in the report, these would be standard. The only other query I've got is whether or not you'd be looking for it to be single story. property in that location, or whether you're happy to have it as an open permission.
Ian, you have the motion.
Standards conditions. And as far as the stories are concerned, open.
Fine. David? Land at Barlowinty Estate and Glen Swinton Farm, Parton, Mockram Fell Wind Farm, application number 13/P/2/0327. I've got Dean there to run through the slides here.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Just for context, there's a location plan in your papers on page 17. I'll bring up another location plan in the next slide, but that's the position of the site. It's 3 kilometres west of Corsic. Initially, the scheme was for a proposal of 11 turbines at 126.5 metres to tip, but this has been reduced to the current scheme of 8 turbines as now proposed. It's a negotiated position with the developers noted in the papers, and a summary of the scheme elements, or the principal elements of the scheme, is provided at paragraph 1.4 in the papers. Again, that's a further location plan shown in a slightly wider context than the plan on page 17. As I say, it's 3 kilometres west of Corsic. You can see the route coming down there from the main site. That's the access route to the proposal from the east side of the A713, about 500 metres south of the settlement of Parton, or the village of Parton. That's, if you zoom into the site, that's the original scheme as originally submitted for 11 turbines, which has now been amended to that. So for comparison, it removes 3 and reduces 1 by 10 metres to tip, so it's 116.5 metres to tip. So in that proposal, it's the turbines numbered 7, 10 and 11, if you like, the 2 lowest ones towards the bottom of the image in the open ground, and then the one above turbine 11. Those have been removed as a result of discussions between the planning service, the landscape architect and the developer. That's a plan of the location of the scheme relative to the Galloway Hills Regional Scenic Area. The Regional Scenic Area is there on the left in the hatched. It's around, the nearest turbine to that is around 2 kilometres to the east. That's a typical turbine, 126.5 metres to tip, 75 metres to hold maximum. To propose turbine 5 would be 10 metres shorter to tip by reducing the height of the tower by 10 metres, but the blade length would remain the same as the other turbines. This is a zone of theoretical visibility based on a bare earth scenario. So in reality, because of obstructions such as trees, forests, buildings, the visibility wouldn't be to the same extent. So what you have there is out to 35 kilometres is the maximum radius there. The first circle is 10 and 20, 30, 35 have been the outermost. Most significant theoretical visibility is within the first 10 kilometres, with visibility more confined to the south and west out to 20 kilometres, as you can see indicated in green on this plan. This is zooming in, so what we have is a zone of theoretical visibility out to 10 metres. So the first circle is 5, second 10. So it just gives more detail and clarity to the more localised area around the site, again indicated in green. Oh, and just to clarify, actually, the more yellowy green areas are the areas that would have had visibility of the 11 turbine scheme. But because of its reduction to 8, it's a reduced area. These images are taken from the environmental statement submitted with the application. So just to emphasise, these are for indicative purposes only, not to taken as a literal view. You have to view the original document in a certain manner to be able to have that replaced or be compared with the reality on the ground. So these are taken out just to give an indication. So what we have on the top part of the slide is the original scheme of 11 turbines as viewed from the northeast from Parton Walk. So the top image, you've got the three right-hand-most turbines. They're the ones that have now been removed from the scheme. So if you look at the bottom image, that's the proposal as now proposed from that same viewpoint. You can see the three turbines have been removed. Now that's a photo montage from the same point with the original layout. So that's an 11 turbine scheme as viewed from that same viewpoint. Again, just to emphasize, it's for indicative purposes only. And then a comparison with the amended scheme, that's the 8 turbine scheme as would be seen from that same viewpoint. Again, just to emphasize, the 3 turbines to the right on the middle horizon there are removed. Another comparative wireline, this time from the east on the other side of Loch Ken, on the west side of Loch Ken, looking east from Benning Hill. The upper image is the original scheme, 11 turbines. Bottom image is the reduced scheme for 8 turbines. And what you'll note there is the 3 turbines on the right-hand extreme have been removed. On the bottom image, what you have there is the cone of Morecambe Fell, which is the principal, most prominent topographical feature there. So the turbines are removed from foreground in that feature in this viewpoint. It's a photo montage looking from the same viewpoint across Loch Ken towards the site. That's the 11 turbine scheme. What you can make out there on the horizon, just slightly right of centre, is Morecambe Fell as a prominent feature there. And you can see 3 turbines in front of it from this viewpoint. Flick to the proposed scheme as it's now being amended, and those 3 turbines have been removed from foreground in that prominent feature from this viewpoint. This is a comparison from Kirkpatrick Durham. What in the report it's acknowledged that this viewpoint as a result of the amendment would not the change would be negligible and wouldn't really be particularly noticeable, but it just emphasised this is 8.5 kilometres from the site, and this image is from a point north of the village, so it isn't typical of the experience of residents in that village. It's taken from this road out of the north of the village towards West Bamafty Farm. Morecambe Fell is centre horizon there. If you would see the original document, you can see the turbines on that image, and that's the resulting image from the amendment to the scheme. Now we've just got some examples of other viewpoints from the environmental statement. This is from a viewpoint fairly close by at Nether Morecambe. What you have on the right there, pointed out with the red caption, is Meikle Morecambe. There's the dwelling, a number of dwellings in the cluster there just below Morecambe Fell. What you should be able to hopefully make out there is 2 turbines sort of just centre left on the horizon. That's in the 11 turbine proposal. And as comparison, those 2 turbines are emitted from the scheme, and what you have from this viewpoint is just a blade tip slightly left above the dwelling there on the horizon, just popping up above Morecambe Fell. These are the closest images. This is from the core path in amongst, or close to the core path, sorry, this is from Morecambe Fell Hill Fort. So this is in amongst the wind farm site. In this image, what you have looking west is
2 to 3, where you can just about see the turbine on the right-hand side there, the 2 closest turbines, and then a comparative view. They've been omitted from the scheme, so you have an open view to the west there from the hill fort. That's from the hill fort again, looking north this time. And a comparative, that's the 11 turbine scheme. What you have is a comparative view, and it removes that nearest turbine, turbine 7. That's a 35-kilometre radius map showing cumulative situation with sites plotted on that map relative to the proposed site, which is centre, and then the nearest one to that is the consented Black Craig wind farm, which is immediately north or above on that image. In reality, it's a number of kilometres away. That wind farm cumulative situation with the proposal is the wind farm that's been noted by the landscape artist as being the most or the biggest issue in relation to cumulative assessment. What you have there then is a focus on the cumulative situation with the proposed wind farm and Black Craig wind farm. And what you have is the green represents the cumulative situation where you would see both schemes. The blue is where you would see Black Craig only, and you wouldn't be able to see the proposal at Mockernfell. And the yellow is where you would see Mockernfell only and not Black Craig as well. And what we have there is a cumulative wireframe from Benham Viewpoint, which I'd shown before, where you're looking east across Loch Ken and the Ken Valley, with Black Craig on the left there and Mockernfell on the right. Just on a word about the indicative nature of these images, in order to be able to crop that, to get that on the image, I've had to remove a lot from either side. So that doesn't reflect how a viewer would see that. It'd be a wider panorama, but what I've done, I've focused in onto the 2 wind farms in order to be able to get them on the image. These are photographs taken by me rather than taken out of the documents submitted with the application. So this is the site access on the right, just there on the image, as you are travelling north on the A713 towards Parton. You can just see the church there and the nearest house about 500 metres north of this proposed access, which is existing and will be improved as part of the proposal. Moving to the north side, looking back south, you can see the long straight of the A713 there and the access on the left. And that's an image up that existing access as it currently exists. That would be improved and widened, geometry improved. The access will travel up this track to a point before the farm, and it would there'd be a junction off to the right. It would continue up to farm, but the access to the wind farm would peel off on the right there, below the steeper part of the hill, and run through from left to right on that image, below the steeper part of the field, and then would disappear behind that block of trees on the right. And then it'd travel over land, and it'd travel across this landscape. This is a view from Minor Road to the north of the general area that the track would cross. This is looking towards Glen Gunnock Hill. And the track would travel from right to left. So from the right is from the previous image, travelling up the valley side and across that landscape to this point where it hit the Minor Road. It would enter this road on the right, and it would cross the road and again leave with a new improved junction there on the left-hand side to use the existing forestry track up to the site. So this image is actually on the forestry track that was there on the left, looking back. The red line indicates an indicative. It's an indicative where the proposed new track would come and meet that minor road and cross at that point. Now these are images from the top of Mockram Fell, just looking in the general area of the wind farm. This is looking towards Glen Swinton, where one of the turbines will be located, probably just off. You can see the horizon, and then in the background, the forested area is beyond Mockram Fell. And then that image panning right from there, but looking northwards, that's looking into the core of the wind farm area. The report finds that the amended scheme is acceptable, having assessed all material matters, and is therefore considered to comply with the development plan. The proposal is recommended for approval subject to conclusion of section 75 and conditions as provided at section 5 of the report. Nothing else to say at this point.
Members, any points of clarification for Dean?
Thanks, Chair. Are there any views from the north looking towards Mockram Fell? For instance, from the cairn above Auchenvie, or indeed from Black Craig Ridge?
As provided in the environmental statement, there's one from Black Craig Ridge, but I don't have it to put on the screen.
Jane?
I think as I read this report, what struck me was the number of times that the planning officer said that this was a negotiated matter, this was an amended scheme, and things have been put together in order to make it acceptable. I find it quite difficult because you have to set that aside. It's not actually to be viewed in the context of an amended scheme, to be viewed as to whether or not it's acceptable per se, not whether or not it's become acceptable. And I would like the planning officer to talk me through that process, because, you know, read as it is at the moment, you've got to put that bit aside, and I'm not absolutely clear as to whether or not we are looking at this absolutely, if it came forward, large topology in this area, whether or not it is entirely suitable and would have considered be suitable by the Council's landscape architect had it arrived in this format.
Dean?
If the application had been submitted as an 8-turbine scheme as currently proposed, then the recommendation would be the same. What I would point to is possibly paragraph 2.1.5b. I'm having to think on my feet here, but if you look at this second sentence that say this is reporting the landscape architect's assessment of the proposal, and it's just setting the context for then the assessment of the proposal. But she's talking about the opportunities that the site presents, and she says, however, despite the original proposal, there's considered to be some scope for wind farm development in the forested area of the site to the north of Mockram Fell, and the following local conditions afford potential for development. When she says development, she means large scale, 80 metres plus. So the bullet points say that there's some degree of containment by the lie of the land. So the containment is formed by Mockram Fell, Ben Shinney, Glenhead, Glenlair Hill, and Harvey Hill. So they're higher points that surround the site. Further opportunities is afforded by the forested nature of the area and the setback from residential properties by more than 1,200 metres, or a high degree of topographical separation. Topographical separation meaning, if there may be a hill in between a property and the nearest turbine, if there is a shorter distance than the 1,200 metres quoted. So she's setting the context to say that there is an opportunity here and a part of the site for wind farm development of large scale, involving large scale turbines. And then at Part E, under the same paragraph, she sets out in bullet points there what the amended scheme, or what the amended scheme does to make it acceptable. And then if you come to the assessment within the report, I'd refer members to the full landscape assessment at 4.20 to 4.37, and there are particular points within that would possibly aid this interpretation. So if you look at paragraph 4.28, would say where second sentence in that paragraph, it states, when we say it states, this is the wind farm landscape capacity study, it states that there is some opportunity to locate large typologies on broader, less prominent hills and ridges set back from the edge of more settled landscapes. It further provides that development should avoid areas of more complex, smaller scale landform commonly found at the transition with the drumlin pastures character type, and that the turbines should be set back and restricted in number so as to minimise significant visual impacts. So then paragraph 4.30 refers to the council's landscape architect's assessment of the site, and with particular regard to the local circumstances pertaining to the site, again, namely the level of containment and the forested nature of the site and the setback of the site. And then 4.32, I think, is really the principal paragraph in the assessment, where it's stated it's made clear in the response by the council landscape architect that the amendment to the scheme was a result of negotiation in light of the recognition of the potential for a large typology wind farm within the application site. Is that helpful?
It's very lengthy. I don't think it actually totally dealt with my question, but I will move on. If I might, Chairman, I'd also like to ask about SNH's response. SNH was quite clear that they were concerned more about the height of these turbines rather than, I think, the spread and positioning. And you know, the discussion in the report simply says, waves it aside, that they haven't come back. But they didn't need to come back because the heights are still the same. And I am curious to know why SNH's contribution is not given, I think, a little bit more significance.
Dean?
All I could say at this point is I feel it's dealt with in the report that the council's landscape architect's consideration of the scheme is the most up to date. We invited SNH to comment, and what they did say was that they can't, and that they're mindful that we can get an assessment internally from the landscape architect, and the landscape architect's view forms the most recent assessment.
Jim, will you want to speak?
Simply to point out that the landscape architect draws attention to remaining significant adverse issues. Direct landscape and visual effects for the host forested foothills, cumulative landscape and visual effects on the Corsic upland fringe, and cumulative sequential visual effects in addition to Black Craig along the A712. So the landscape architect still has serious concerns about this development.
Councillor Witts.
Thanks, Chair. Could we have another look, please, at the slide which indicates the cumulative effect? I'm particularly interested in Could you indicate with your laser pen if you've got one where Loch Ken is there? You don't have one. Daily meets these council cuts. I believe, I'm just trying to get a picture and it's not terribly helpful. No, I'll look at the other screen. Thank you. I think I have a handle on that. That was no question, just wanted to see.
Jane?
Could you tell me the status of Loch Hill at the moment?
Dean?
It was dismissed at appeal.
I think it's actually gone to appeal, hasn't it? Court of Session.
I have to say, if it has, that I'm unaware of. Certainly there was an appeal, and the appeal was dismissed, but beyond that, we've not been involved.
My understanding is it has.
Councillor McCockery?
The images were shown up there, still showing 11 wind turbines. You're not taking 3 out.
Should I answer that? Yeah. Sorry to clarify. The cumulative that I should have clarified that image there we see Mockinfell Centre was based on the 11 turbine scheme. When the addendum was produced, as in the new environmental information relating to the reduced scheme, it didn't reassess the cumulative because the information I had was a worst case. So there was a reduction in the cumulative visibility of the site. So we were left with the original, and so the assumption is that it's a lesser image. But that one, again, that's the 11 turbine scheme. So we didn't have an update on that information. But the assumption, which would be the reality, is that the visibility will be less than what's indicated on here.
Jim?
Thanks, Chair. Is it the case that 7 of the 8 turbines will still be higher than the summit of Morecambe Fell?
Dean?
I haven't got the answer to hand right now, but I can do a calculation while we're debating this.
Thank you.
Jane, will you want to speak?
Well, I mean, my understanding, if it's of any help to the officer, is that they must be taller, because if we go on to the beginning page, it's suggested that they are 126.5 to blade tip, and they are in range and elevation from 175 to 255 above the ordnance datum, and Morecambe Fell cone summit, it's only 317 metres. So I would have thought they absolutely had to be anything up to 54 metres higher, is my understanding. I mean, that's what the landscape architect was concerned with, and I think SNH were concerned with. So I just need to get this in my mind, that these actually will be considerably higher than the distinctive local bit of topography.
Dean?
I think all but one turbine will be higher than the 317. I think turbine 9 wouldn't quite make it. But yes, they would peak higher than Mockinfell. I don't think the landscape architect was concerned whether they would peak as fact above Mockinfell. It was the view, how you would see the turbines against Mockinfell in certain viewpoints when the spread on the 11 turbine scheme spread across the cone. So, for example, that image, which was one of the more significant images as noted by the landscape architect, that has turbines in the foreground from that view, and then back, so the Mockinfell backcloths that, and she was concerned about that relationship. In that view, then turbines are removed from foreground in Mockinfell. I don't think there was necessarily a great issue about the literal height relative to the peak of the fell. It was more to do with the relationship as you view it against that feature.
Jane?
Thank you. That's not actually how I read the the landscape architect's assessment. I thought it was with respect to the distinctiveness of that local bit of landscape that she was deeply concerned about the heights. In fact, actually, she went so far as to suggest that these turbines should actually be 90 to 100 meters high maximum in the first proposal she put together. And then it seems to me we're then told in this application, and I may be right or wrong, that wouldn't have been economic.
David?
Just a quick point for members. Normally in circumstances like this, we would have very much liked to have had Janet Swales, the landscape architect, here today to be able to answer questions directly, because it's obviously putting Dean on the spot to ask him to interpret what she said. But as you may be aware, the Stranach public inquiry is on this week, and Janet's actually defending the council's position at that PLI, so she isn't available to be here today, but otherwise she would have been to explain directly.
Good. Tom?
That was precisely the point I was going to make, and it's a procedural point. I think Jane's got a case here that what we're getting is we've got a report here, questions are being asked of the opinion given by a professional landscape artist, and all that the planning officer can give is his opinion. He can't tell us what the landscape artist actually meant. And I think, you know, I'm being procedurally safe here. I think this should be abandoned today to a future meeting, so we can have the landscape artist here to answer these concerns. They're not only concerns to us as elected members, they're obviously a concern to the public. And I would feel it would be far safer to continue this to a future meeting rather than proceed any further, because we're not going to get answers to questions that need to be answered.
Ian?
Thanks, Chair. I would agree with Councillor McCaughey, because I read the submissions that came from a number of representatives, and most of the crux of this case seems to be around the landscape architect's opinion. And consequently, if Tom's moving that, I would second it. That we defer it until the landscape artist can answer a lot of it. Sorry,
I'm so moving, Chair.
Architect can answer a lot of our questions.
Members agree with that, and could we, as I say, it might be beneficial to have a site visit if we're going to defer this, to have a site visit as well.
I would agree with that, Chair, as well, putting in, getting the landscape architect here and a site visit would be good for us to go.
Members are in agreement? Sorry, Alistair.
Thanks, Chair. Is it competent to agree? I'm totally supportive of what Councillor McCaughey and Councillor Dick indicated, but is it competent at this moment in time to, in fact, say we'll have a site visit? Because on previous occasions, when governance advice has been asked for, Chair, in that regard, the advice that was tendered was that it would only be competent to deal with that at the conclusion of having heard parties.
David?
Yes, sorry, I'm answering on behalf of Lucy, really, because she hasn't been at the amount of committees that I have. But yes, that is my understanding, that where people have made the effort to come along and attend the meeting today, there might be issues which are raised by the members of the public that you would also want to take into consideration. And indeed, the applicant or agent hasn't had their opportunity to answer some of the questions that you might have. So it might be best to simply park what you've said there. It's noted, and that at the correct moment could be brought back. But given that many people have taken time off from work to come along and speak today, I would suggest that is the correct procedure, to allow them to make the representation, so you'd have the fuller picture when you go on site.
Right, as I say, now we've got, there's quite a lot of people want to speak here, want to speak to this application today. Can I just remind them that most of the members will have already read the report, so if possible, not to repeat what's in the report and keep repeating what other objectors are going against. Can we have the first speaker? It's Penelope Coles. Please. Penelope, you've got 5 minutes and I'll let you know 30 seconds to go.
Right, and thank you very much indeed for the opportunity to speak. Because I want to raise another issue that I don't feel has been fully addressed in the committee report. I'm concerned at the proximity of the turbines and a permanent Met mast to Glen Swinton Airfield. Glen Swinton Airfield is 500 metres from the western edge of Mockram Fell Wind Farm. It was added to the Civil Aviation Authority charts in 2010 and had 388 aircraft movements last year. Now, the CAA recommend that there are no obstacles greater than 45 metres above the average runway elevation within 2,000 metres or 2 kilometres of the runway midpoint. Now, the closest approximate turbine is 900 metres away. But my major concern is the permanent Met mast. It's 75 metres tall. It's approximately 900 metres from the runway. Now, Benshini Met mast, again 900 metres southeast of the airfield, was refused by councillors on the grounds of air safety. This decision was upheld on appeal, and a submission from Glen Swinton to the DPA and being used in objections to other Met masts in the area showed a GPS flight path superimposed over an aerial landscape view, passing close to the proposed Benshini site. This was stated to be a typical course of taking off and landing. But the permanent Met mast for Mockram Fell is as close to this flight path as Benshini was. Now, in the planning conditions, there's the specification for infrared lighting on the turbines, but there's no restriction or guidance for the lighting on the Met mast. It's not been evaluated as part of the planning application, and it would raise, if it was lit, new issues of visual and landscape impact in a rural area. Now, Mr. Peter Jackson, owner of Glen Swinton Airfield, is on record on several occasions requesting aviation lighting on Met masts all the way down the mast, not just on the top. Well, this would ruin our dark skies, but an unmarked mast would be a danger to users of the airstrip. Now, there is visible red aviation lighting on the temporary Mockram Fell Met mast that's 2.2 kilometres away from the runway. This is currently seeking a time extension, and Mr. Jackson has commented in other applications there's been a number of near misses with this Met mast, and it is still difficult to see in low cloud and drizzle. Added to which, the environmental statement states that turbulence may be experienced in easterly winds by planes doing a turnaround, as visitors often do, and there's plenty of YouTube clippage to back that up, having a visual check of the airfield to see that it's clear before landing. And the ES also states that Glen Swinton Farm will be the property to suffer most from shadow flicker. Well, the airstrip is between the farm and the turbines. With just one of these dangers, the proposal is unsound. But there seems to be a mismatch between the advice and comments made by Mr. Jackson of Glen Swinton Airfield to Mockram Fell Wind Farm, where he's financially involved, to that of other developments further away. Mr. Jackson has been scathing in his objection to Loch Earl Wind Farm and considers that it would not be in the interest of aviation safety for the development to proceed. One aspect he comments on is the absence of visible spectrum lighting on all turbines, to the extent that he stated the proposed development must be categorised as reckless. He's also objected to the temporary Met mast at Barley Hill, 2.3 kilometres to the north, while recognising that it's out with the obstacle limitation surface, he still believes it's a danger.
Penelope, you've got 30 seconds to go.
Thank you. And a restriction to his flying. I do believe that this proposal is ill-advised given the proximity of Glen Swinton Airfield, coupled with the other comments made by the landscape architect and SNH. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for Penelope? That's fine.
Thank you.
We have Elaine Proctor now. Elaine, you've also got 5 minutes. I'll let you know 30 seconds to go.
Good morning. Trevor and I have loved Scotland all our lives, and we have longed to live in Scotland for more than 40 years. Every holiday was spent visiting the length and breadth of Scotland, always looking for the perfect place to live. Then we found Mockram, and as soon as we saw the fell and looked out over that breathtaking panorama and heard nothing but birdsong, we knew that we had found our home. We have put 7 years of hard work and love into restoring the house and outbuildings and bringing the garden back to life to return Mockram to its former glory. Despite our ever-lengthening list of jobs, we walk the fell every day to recharge our batteries and view afresh the spectacular beauty that continues to inspire us and to enjoy the peace and tranquility that is so rare these days. Then the bombshell dropped. A wind farm proposed for Mockram Fell. Our lives and our future were changed in an instant. We have fought this proposal for 3 years. It has coloured our every waking moment and has robbed us of our sleep. It has cast a long shadow over the quality of our life, our hopes for the future, and even our health. Yet we continue to fight, not just for what we might lose, which would be considerable, but for everyone who loves Mockram Fell and wishes to protect it. Today, we are giving a voice to our neighbours who cannot be here because they are elderly, or ill, or working, or tenants of the landowner and afraid to speak. For the 600 objectors who took the time and trouble to write, expressing their serious and pertinent concerns over this development. For the surrounding communities whose lives and livelihoods could be damaged. For the countless visitors to the area who enjoy its exceptional unspoilt beauty and its restorative peace. For the Scots abroad who love and miss their homeland and wish to save it. For the animals, birds, bats, and all the creatures of Mockram Fell that bring us such joy, who could lose their habitat and their lives. For the trees and flowers that delight the spirit, and for Mockram Fell itself, a haven that should be prized above rubies. Please do not sacrifice this beautiful and unique landscape for an ill-conceived, non-compliant wind farm proposal that contributes little and destroys so much. The preservation of Mockram Fell for generations to come is in your hands. This is the wrong development in the wrong place. Please refuse it. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Elaine. Members? Ben? Thanks, Elaine. You made it, didn't you?
Thank you very much.
So, Trevor Proctor on behalf of Helen Bullock, please.
Thank you.
5 minutes as well. I'll let you know 30 seconds to go.
Having lived on Mockram Fell and been lucky enough to enjoy the diversity of nature and beauty of the area, sorry, Start again. Having lived on Morecambe Fell and been lucky enough to enjoy the diversity of nature and beauty of the area, I am alarmed that the character of the landscape is to be changed radically, and once changed cannot be unchanged. I realise that energy must be generated from somewhere and that using up the Earth's bounties cannot go on indefinitely, but does it have to be in such a lovely area? As a previous resident of Morecambe Fell, I have followed the progress of this planning application from earliest days when it became public knowledge. In principle, I am not against renewable energy generation, but I am concerned about the impact this application would have on the local area, which must be described as worthy of protection from industrialisation, which this application represents. The remoteness and beauty of the area is beyond question. The variety and number of species of wildlife is a significant asset to the locality and draws significant numbers of tourists. The visual impact of these turbines, as well as the intrusive noise levels, will deter these tourists. I have holidayed in this area for more than 30 years before finally relocating here, so we speak from personal experience. I have read the current Planning Applications Committee report to check if my concerns have been addressed. I do note that the planning officers have attempted to minimise the visual impact of the turbines. However, the report clearly states that the adverse impact on the local scenery will be evident, as will the creation of the access roads and detrimental impact on traffic levels and disturbance on the A713. I have attempted to compare this planning application with the council planning policies. It appears to me that this application does not meet these policies and that the size of the turbines exceeds good practice outlined in planning applications submitted elsewhere in the UK. I do not wish to give the impression that I am a NIMBY. My concern is that this application will visually impair the beauty of the affected area, and if this application is approved, lead to further applications which will adjoin this wind farm. This is a practice we are seeing in other parts of the country. To conclude, I ask the Planning Committee to reject this planning application based on the Council's own planning policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Trevor. I would say members, but I don't think you're speaking on behalf of Helen. Yeah, thank you. We have Janet Gibson now. You've also got 5 minutes, and I'll let you know 30 seconds to go.
As a zoologist with a research degree and research experience, I have great concern about this application. Great-crested newts are in decline, largely due to human disturbance. They are legally protected at European and UK level. The proposed site access route passes through 5 great-crested newt pond areas. Ponds are required to have a protection zone of 500 metres around them. The newts need to travel from one pond to another to ensure the viability of the population. The developer proposes to alter their habitat with mitigation measures, including the use of amphibian culverts to allow newt movement and fencing to stop it. This does not protect the habitat. Neither Scottish Natural Heritage nor Natural England know of research which shows that the proposed mitigation methods work. I have discussed mitigation research with both SNH and Natural England and investigated over 100 newt references. My search of references of peer-reviewed scientific papers on the success of mitigation show population declines, not success. Much is talked and written about mitigation measures. There is no research which tests the specific mitigation methods proposed here to see how successful they are. Much research on moving newts from old to new ponds, known as translocation, shows a reduction in newt populations. For example, at Gart Cosh, 3 years after translocation, There were no young newt stages in half of the 25 ponds. A systematic review in 2011 of 11 studies found no conclusive evidence that various mitigation actions resulted in self-sustaining populations. Newts are not just aquatic. As adults, they are terrestrial and hide in soil and under damp places. In the proposed development, the newts rely on crossing tracks to move from pond to pond and to move through and live in the terrestrial ground. The whole area is their habitat. The access track passes close to the ponds at under 50 metres for 5 of them, and within the requisite 500 metres for 6 newt ponds. Policy NE4 would be breached, as the development would, and I quote the policy, be detrimental to the maintenance of the population of the species at a favourable conservation status in its natural range. Given that there is no evidence that the populations at Morecambe Fell will be maintained beyond all reasonable doubt, under the law, these great crested newts should continue to receive the full protection of Dumfries and Galloway Council policy. Given the evidence of population decline, mortality and extinction shown in research reviews, and given the uncertainty of success of mitigation at Morecambe Fell, and the fact that this particular development is not essential, I ask that the application be refused. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Janet. Members? Jane?
You quoted a policy NE4. Where does that come from, please?
Sorry, which? There were several?
You quoted, well, the one you quoted from latterly, policy NE4. I'm not sure where that policy comes from.
Policy NE4? Sorry, is that what you're saying? That is in the local development plan.
Yes, that's correct. If you actually look on page 37, NE4 is a species of international importance.
Thanks, Janet.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Hall, please. Well, Elizabeth, you've got 5 minutes and I'll let you know 30 seconds to go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At the end of September 2014, Scottish Government figures stated that Dumfries and Galloway had the 4th largest number of wind farms in the whole of Scotland. Wind farms that were in planning, consented, awaiting construction, and in construction. These figures did not include those already built, as well as the considerable number of planning applications submitted since last October. The Holyrood target for renewables is likely to be exceeded well before their date of 2020. The government website states that the tourism sector is of vital importance to the Scottish economy, and many full and part-time rural jobs depend on it. More wind farms can only have an extremely detrimental effect on Dumfries and Galloway's small tourist trade. Visitors come here to learn about the history and in many different ways to enjoy the magnificent scenery. Our visitors come from all over Britain as well as the rest of the world, exchanging the concrete of their towns to spend time in the unspoilt natural landscape of Galloway, and of course contributing to our local economy. A recent article in the Galloway News, based on research by the Scottish Campaign for National Parks and the Association for the Protection of Rural Scotland, suggests giving national park status to the Stewartry. National parks are well known for attracting visitors, and this would fit nicely with the Dumfries and Galloway Council's declared aim to encourage tourism. As Scottish planning policy prohibits wind farms in national parks, it would be a nonsense to create a national park around a wind farm. Approving this wind farm application could only jeopardise the suggestion of national park status and the financial benefit that it would bring to the Stewartry. If planning is granted, once construction is completed, the pubs, hotels, restaurants and village shops will see an inevitable downturn in business, followed by an inevitable loss of local jobs. Many people in remote communities are unable, due to other commitments and the lack of transport, to work further afield. Those who believe that they're saving the planet seem unable to see that their attempts to do so are causing irreparable damage to one of our greatest assets. In doing this, they are adding to the financial difficulties of those who live and work in rural communities, who have little or no other means of employment. During 40 years in the travel business, I've had some pretty odd requests, but I've never been asked to book a holiday in or near a wind farm. We are awash with wind farms, and my appeal to the Council is for you to turn down this application and not to kill the tourism goose that lays the golden egg. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Members? Thanks, Elizabeth. Turn to your seat. Trevor Proctor, on behalf of Ray, Lee, please. I'll let you know 30 seconds to go, Trevor.
Thank you. The applicant is requesting that 37.2 decibels of turbine noise be allowed at 3 properties during the daytime. The ETSU guidelines state that the choice of the actual limit depends not only on the number of dwellings in the vicinity, but also the effect of the limit on the number of kilowatt hours generated and the duration of the level of exposure. Neither of these figures are detailed in the ES, so how can this request be properly assessed with 2 of the 3 necessary criteria missing? This is a development of 8 turbines. If the lower daytime limits of 35 decibels cannot be met, does this not imply that turbines are being placed too close to properties? Even if the developer agrees to throttle back the turbines to meet the lower limit, this will still mean a significant loss of amenity for these properties due to the difference between the background noise level and the emitted noise. Local topography has not been taken into account either with these noise predictions. It is well known in the area that sound bounces off the fells and can be heard at long distances, dependent on weather conditions. The Northern Ireland Assembly have just completed an inquiry into wind energy, and it found that the ETSU noise guidelines, written in 1996, are no longer adequate and that they should be reviewed on an urgent basis. The committee also raised concerns that there does not appear to be continuous long-term monitoring of noise from wind farms, either by developers or by the relevant public sector organisations, and recommends changes. Marcus Trinick, QC, at the Snedden Law Appeal, highlighted an important issue with planning conditions. He stated that whilst the appellant will of course endeavour to comply with the conditions, it is the local authority's responsibility to enforce them. This raises serious questions. How will the council ensure noise limits are met if this proposal is granted? And has any compliance testing been conducted for operational wind farms in the region? Wind turbine noise is known and admitted by the industry to cause annoyance. According to the World Health Organization, annoyance is known to affect health. The Health Canada Wind Turbine Noise and Health Draft Study of 2014 identified that annoyance increased significantly when turbine noise levels exceeded 35 decibels, and that annoyance significantly dropped when the nighttime background noise exceeded turbine noise by 10 decibels or more. Needless to say, for these wind farm neighbours, the noise from the turbines will be higher than the background noise. The Northern Ireland Assembly also highlighted that they could not currently form a position on the potentially harmful effects of low-frequency noise, but believed that it warrants further investigation. They recommend that independent research to measure and determine the impact be conducted. Steve Cooper, an acoustician in Australia, has been measuring infrasound at a wind farm after numerous complaints of health issues such as nausea, headaches, ear pressures, and severe sleeping problems. He worked for the developer, who agreed to shut down the turbines for measurements and identified a specific pattern of infrasound frequencies at the Cape Bridgewater wind farm when it's operating which are not present when the turbines are shut down. These type of impacts were known about 30 years ago when Dr. Neil Kelly of NASA highlighted the issue. Until more thorough, independent research is completed, the precautionary principle should be applied, and turbines should not be placed in such close proximity to homes. To knowingly allow conditions where problems are likely to exist, but there would be little chance of proving a noise nuisance, would be inhumane. I believe these conditions would significantly reduce the residential amenity at 3 properties, and this proposal should be refused on these grounds. Thank you.
Other members? Thanks.
Thank you.
Caroline Prudham, please. Caroline, I'll let you know 30 seconds to go. You've got 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm here today as a local resident of Corsic, a member of Corsic and Kirkpatrick Durham Community Council, a qualified biologist and forester, and also an international conservation professional. I'm more than aware that you all will have read the reports in great detail and will have the background. So I'm going to cover 10 separate points. Some of them are general and some of them are specific to Morecambe Fell. Firstly, I'd like to point out that I feel that Dumfries and Galloway Council has a duty of care to take note of the wishes and concerns of the communities it serves. Nearly 600 letters of objections were received from our local communities. In such a widely dispersed rural community, this needs to be listened to. Secondly, cumulative impact. As you may be aware, it wasn't actually shown on the map that Dean showed earlier, which showed Black Craig, which is a proposal that's been consented. But there are actually 9 separate wind farm applications which are either currently in planning or scoping within 10 kilometres of Corsic. 9. The removal of 3 wind turbines from an 11 turbine proposed scheme down to 8 still leaves us with, if everything is built that's being proposed, 147 turbines. The majority of those over 400 feet in our local area. We are going to be awash with them. The other thing that didn't come up on the map that was shown earlier is the fact that a lot of the proposed wind farms all join together in a great swathe from Loch Ken, across the A712, across to Black Craig, Loch Earl, Colliston Hill. The whole area, the whole landscape would be changed completely. I've added up the number and you're looking at a 50 kilometre squared wind farm footprint. 50 kilometres squared. Over 12,000 acres of land that would be covered in turbines or pylons or development. This is completely unacceptable, and as we've heard earlier, tourism is critical for our rural communities. Agriculture and tourism are the most important things in this area for the economy. And the proposed wind farms that are being proposed will not address these issues. Okay, my third point, which goes to Dumfries and Galloway more generally, is that Dumfries and Galloway is actually being used as a dumping ground for wind farms. I got the information from the Energy Consents Unit back at the beginning of this year, and according to their figures, as of September 2014, Dumfries and Galloway Local Authority rates as the 3rd highest local authority area in Scotland in terms of pipeline renewable projects, and 4th highest in the number of wind farms per local authority that are in planning, consented and in construction. These do not, as Liz said, do not include wind farms that are already built. The precautionary principle needs to be adhered to. We need to take stock. We need to look at what the environmental, social impact and economic impacts are of these wind farms going up. Has anyone done that? I don't think so. It needs to be done. We need to take a breathing space, because once they're up, it'll be too late. 5th point, Scotland is already on track to meet its renewable targets and is very close to reaching its targets. As you may be aware, a proposal recently that was made in the Borders for an 8-turbine scheme was actually rejected. It was rejected by the Scottish Reporter as being surplus to requirements. That was the Barrel Law case, and that was in 2014. The final thing I would like to say is...
30 seconds to go.
Right. The final thing I would like to mention is that, as most of the people in this room are probably aware, that a large number of community councils across Dumfries and Galloway actually wrote to the Scottish Government this time last year, calling for a moratorium on any further wind farm developments until the economic, social and environmental impacts had been met. The response we got from the Scottish Government was not acceptable or helpful.
Caroline. Members? Caroline, you take your seat.
Thank you.
You have Trevor Proctor, please. Speaking on behalf of himself this time.
Mine this time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Trevor. I'll let you know 30 seconds to go.
Thank you. Living on Mockram Fell, as some of the nearest residents to the proposed wind farm, we have significant concerns with this proposal. Landscape. As confirmed by SNH, this is not an area of search for turbines over 80 metres. The Council cannot approve an application just because it is not as bad as another application might have been, which seems to be the case with just the change from 11 to 8 turbines. Noise. The sound monitoring company stated for Mockram that the existing sound heard mainly comprises wind in the trees and birdsong. A 1 decibel increase in sound is a loss of amenity. An increase of 6 or 7 decibels can be intolerable. For the 3 properties at Mockram, low wind speed nighttime noise levels are increased by 9 to 11 decibels, which would be unbearable, inhumane, and a major loss of amenity. Should the application be granted, the limit of 5 decibels above background noise should be imposed at all times. Separation distances. There is international consensus emerging to accept the World Health Organization guidance for a minimum separation distance of 2 kilometres between human habitation and wind turbines, with some countries opting for 3 kilometres. For the 3 properties at Mockram, this separation distance is less than 900 metres with all 8 turbines well within 2 kilometres. This alone should make refusal of the application the only option. Private water supplies. We have no confidence that water supplies will be safeguarded. In our case, the developers incorrectly state that the water supply is from a well, when the supply for 3 properties is actually from a spring on the hillside within the wind farm site boundary. There is no geohydrology report which accurately maps and provides a risk assessment for all private water supplies within 2 kilometres of the development site. The ES confirms that PWS are considered to be of high sensitivity, but states that the potential for effects has been discounted. How are we protected in the event of pollution occurring in any of the private water supplies and even water flowing into the or Loch Ken? The developers have a statutory responsibility as a relevant person to protect private water supplies and the water source as the occupier of land, even if they don't own it, under the Private Water Supplies Scotland Act 2006. We deserve assurances that prove beyond a shadow of doubt that all the private water supplies will not be contaminated. Regular sampling and testing before, during and after construction must be done, with the full results provided directly to the residents. Cumulative impact. SNH consider the scope and capacity to accept more wind farm development to be very limited, not only for Mockram Fell, but also in relation to the adjacent schemes at Ben Shinny, Marnhool and Barley Hill. The Strohan unit of foothills with forest is already saturated with Black Craig, Margree and Knockman Hill. Core paths. Scotways state that in line with Welsh policy, all turbines should be set a minimum distance equivalent to the height of the blade tip from the edge of any public right-of-way. 3 of the proposed turbines appear to be sited directly on core paths. Scotways still strongly object to the application because of its major effects on the attractiveness, accessibility, atmosphere and safety of the core paths, as reiterated to Dean Clapworthy last week. Carbon saving. The whole ethos behind wind farms is the carbon emission savings. As no carbon calculation is included in the ES, does this imply that there will be little or no saving over the lifetime of the wind farm? Objections? Dumfries and Galloway Council have a duty of care to take into account the wishes of the local communities. 3 local community councils have consulted their communities and have strongly objected. Over 600 written objections have been lodged against the proposal. This is a very significant reaction in a sparsely populated area. Local people are extremely
30 seconds to go,
concerned.
Trevor.
Thank you. Local people are extremely concerned about the landscape, environmental and economic impacts of this development, along with the Scots abroad and many visitors to the area who have taken the trouble to object because this is the wrong development in the wrong place. A D&G council slogan is a natural place, not an industrial wasteland. Please maintain this council aim and refuse the application.
Thank you, Trevor. Members? Right, thanks, Trevor.
Thank you.
Questions now. Please. You've got 5 minutes, I'll let you know 30 seconds.
Well, I'll try to stick to it, Mr. Chairman, but it's tough going. I'm a chemical engineer and an atmospheric pollution expert. Welcome to the industrialisation of our iconic Burns countryside. And in fact, if you want to know the truth about wind farms, type into Google life expectancy, efficiency, collapsed wind towers, etc. It's all there. The Kent Thanet wind farm started construction in 2009. Swedish owners get 1.2 billion in subsidies, higher in Scotland. 1.2 billion invested in nuclear in 2010 would yield a staggering 13 times more electricity with much greater reliability. The load factor of the UK with wind farms in 2009 was 26%, i.e. beneficial capacity usage. Life expectancy, 20 years. So if this is a 4 megawatt site, the best it will yield is 1 megawatt. Wind farms are financial lunacy land. Every step of the food chain for a wind farm, from construction to installation, creates CO2. Estimate it will be at least 5 years before this wind farm is carbon neutral, and all the other ones. Massive construction and disruption in a rural area with small roads. Actual loads of heavy vehicles will put potholes all over the place. At times, whole roads will be blocked. No compensation for farmers trying to make hay or silage. Wind farms take years to construct. 3 temporary construction compounds for young active males from overseas on site. It was World War II again, and the Yanks over here overpaid and oversexed. The social impact on young women, limited number in rural areas, will be high. Whenever local lads might as well give up, and marriages plus children will be destroyed. The social impact that nobody sees. But Denmark is experiencing massive social disruptions with wind farms. In Denmark, Germany, the whole situation of wind is being reconsidered, and the Germans are in fact building new, cheap, high-efficiency coal-fired power stations. If you know a coal-powered power station is twice as efficient as the old coal station, you have halved your CO2 emissions. Have cheap energy and the opportunity to strip the CO2 from the stack plume. The Danes have found that the turbine efficiency of generation falls by at least 30% by year 12. The missing link. A problem with wind farms is to date nobody has addressed the middle stage, which is a significant cost. Wind generation is a big problem. No wind, no electricity. Too much wind at the wrong time and the wind farm has to be turned off, as the national grid cannot store electricity. Large energy companies, you call them energy companies, I call them fools. The large energy companies know about this fact of the lack of storage for surplus generation from a wind farm, but they just turn off the wind farm and demand a subsidy, and this charge comes off consumers' bills. A massive surge of power from a wind farm into the national grid will of course melt the power lines. Easiest solution, turn off. Right, taking wind farms in general. A 260-foot turbine requires at least 1,000 tonnes of concrete in its foundation plus 60 tonnes of steel. And the cement industry is the third largest of CO2 emissions in the world, emitting 90 million metric tonnes per year, the same amount of CO2 as the total European Union. Life expectancy of a wind farm is all about metal fatigue, wear and tear, etc. For a 50-metre tall turbine, it will have an innate tendency to burn backwards and forwards every 3 seconds. Whenever a rotor blade passes in front of the tar, it enters the wind shadow of the tar, which means that the wind force on the rotor is slightly reduced for a fraction of a second. During this period, the rotor exerts less force on the tar. This coincides with the EIGN frequency of the tar, or in other words, the rotor turns with a speed that means the blade passes in front of the tar each time the tar is flexed to extreme position. Then the reduced force on the rotor blade...
30 seconds, Charles.
Oh, gee, I never get there, sir. Can either reduce or increase the swaying of the tar. This can have a dramatic effect on the life expectancy of the tar. Temperature change also have a large effect on structural life. De-icing is required. I estimated life expectancy of Scottish wind farms between 12 and 17 years. Thus, once we have covered the iconic Scottish landscape with wind farms in 20 years' time, we will view broken derelict turbines.
Thank you, Charles.
There is no financial provision to remove these wind farms from our countryside. There's a picture of one, broken. And I'm out halfway, Mr. Chairman. I just 5 minutes to talk to you about the problems and what we are doing wrong. We have really got it wrong.
Members.
Can I share something with you, Mr. Chairman? Can I share something with everybody? No. Or no? Yes? Right. Let's just have a look at it. I've got a page and a bit.
No, you're going to take long.
Hey?
If it's only going to be about 30 seconds, I'll let that go. If it's any longer, there's other people waiting to speak. So
you want me to stop? I can't share
Yes,
this.
if you can...
Because this is even more lunacy. This is even more lunacy. I must share this with you. I really must. Yeah,
Charles, I'm sorry. There's other people waiting to speak.
Well,
very sorry.
Mr. Chairman, can I come back at a future date to talk to the committee?
I'm afraid not if you're an objector.
Sorry?
You should have, as I say, some of the rest of them are speaking on behalf. You'd have got a wee bit longer if you had actually got somebody else to speak for.
Sorry?
Sorry about that.
I've got to go.
I'm sorry.
I mean,
Could I have...
5 minutes to address the problems, and you really have got it wrong.
Well, that's what...
And I don't mean you personally.
Sorry, no, everyone gets the 5 minutes to try and make it a bit fairer. Could I have John Thompson, please? John, I think you're speaking for Marion Thompson as well. So, well, as I say, you've got 10 minutes if needed.
Well, I hope I won't need that long. As you just said, Chair, I'm making this representation both on my own behalf and the behalf of my wife, Marion Thompson. We live 12 miles away from Morecambe Fell, and as far as we can tell, the turbines won't be directly visible from our house. So there's no question of NIMBYism in our case. We nonetheless object most strongly to the proposed development, firstly because of the damage it would do to the precious landscapes of the Stewartry, but secondly because of the extent to which approving it would, in our view, compromise your council's ability to keep future wind farm development within acceptable bounds. On the 2 previous occasions I've spoken at one of your PAC meetings, I was pleased to be supporting your officer's recommendations. This time I regret to find myself opposing it. It gives me no pleasure to do that, but to be blunt, I fear that at this time they've simply got it wrong and are in danger, as I say, of undermining your own carefully crafted policies. As so often in wind farm cases, the key issue is the height of the proposed turbines. The problem in this case is particularly acute because of the prominence of the ridge culminating in Mochram Fell from the much visited shores and surroundings of Lough Ken, and in views from the more settled landscapes to the south and east. Mochram Fell was, for example, a major feature of the skyline as viewed from our previous home near Cogunion, some 9 miles away. SNH highlighted this issue in their response to the consultation on the original proposal, and I quote, "This application causes us concerns of a strategic nature for wind development in this area. We consider that it would be difficult for this scheme to be modified to fully address these concerns unless significantly smaller turbines are used." The Council's landscape architect was of similar mind, saying, "The Mochram Fell wind farm proposals are not supportable and are subject to a D&G landscape objection based on significant adverse landscape and visual effects." These comments surely mean that only a major revision of the scheme, involving a substantial reduction in the height of the turbines, could possibly make it acceptable. Yet what do we have? The removal of 3 of the turbines originally proposed and a reduction of 10 metres in the height of a 4th. This still leaves us with 7 turbines, a full 46.5 metres, i.e. over 150 feet, taller than the maximum of the medium typology that the Council's own wind farm landscape capacity study considers appropriate in this landscape character area. It is surely starkly at odds with the assessment that following approval of the Blackcraig wind farm, there is little scope for large-scale wind energy development further south in this landscape unit. The limited modifications are described in your committee report as the outcome of negotiations with officers. No doubt these officers entered the negotiations concerned with the best of intentions, but it's clear that the outcome, in the form of the scheme that they're recommending for approval, was largely determined by the developer's claim that 110 metres would be a minimum in terms of economic return from a scheme at this location. 110 metres is still, of course, 30 metres, or 100 feet, higher than the maximum of 80 metres deemed acceptable on landscape grounds. In planning terms, this is simply not good enough. To allow a development contrary to the public interest, purely on the grounds that nothing that would comply with this interest would be economically viable, would be at odds with the whole spirit of the system. What is more, approval would lay the Council wide open to similar pressure in a host of other cases, particularly now that the subsidy regime increasingly favours sites with low cost per unit of output. As you're no doubt aware, by subsidising only the lowest cost projects, the new contracts for difference system will, even more than its predecessors, benefit the developers with the biggest turbines on the windiest sites. This alone will drive onshore wind farm ever more strongly towards Scotland, Wales and certain northern western fringes of England. Areas like Dumfries and Galloway, with existing grid infrastructure and a limited coverage of nationally designated landscapes and wildlife habitats, will be especially attractive. The chances are, therefore, that even more of the applications that you face will involve even bigger turbines in even more prominent locations. The crucial task of keeping developments in scale with the landscape will become even harder. To accept the offer of fewer but still excessively tall turbines in the present case would, we suggest, be the first step down a slippery slope that your Council would come to very much regret. We appreciate that the Council's landscape architect has declared the amended scheme acceptable and that SNH has effectively washed its hands of the scheme. But the landscape architect's assessment is, as already been pointed out, heavily qualified, listing many continuing significant adverse impacts. It reads indeed like the report of somebody writing to justify a preordained outcome, making the best of a bad job. SNH's stance, meanwhile, reflects its well-advertised current reluctance to take a stand against developments unless a nationally designated site is involved. The committee report cites SNH as indicating that the proposed scheme raises no issues of national importance. From the narrow perspective of nationally designated landscapes, that may be true. We would like to suggest, however, that the case raises at least 2 issues of national importance. One is the principle of the right development in the right place, as enshrined in Scottish planning policy. This scheme is definitely not that. The other, still more fundamental, is the beauty of Galloway's landscapes, described by one newspaper commentator as the most ravishing in the country. This surely should be a matter of national interest, and one for which your council has particular responsibility, as your own local development plan commendably acknowledges. We urge you to recognise your role as its guardians and to refuse this application.
Thank you. Members? Thank you, John.
Thank you very much.
Could I have Dorothy Waterworth, please? A 5 minutes, Dorothy. I'll let you know 30 seconds to go.
Thank you. Good morning. Let me start by saying I found several of the assessments in relation to this application disturbing. Disturbing because they underplay the adverse impacts, because they ignore a key consultee's advice, because in parts they are illogical, and importantly, if the application were consented, because it would undermine the hard-won battle to secure a coherent and acceptable local development plan. I attended the public examination of the LDP last summer and witnessed the pressure being exerted by developers on the council's officers. Having won through, the council's planners can be rightly proud of their achievements. It would be a huge step backwards if the Morecambe Fell wind farm were consented when it clearly undermines those achievements. And if it can be watered down in relation to one application, it can be watered down by those that follow. What is needed is consistency in the way in which policies are interpreted. But let me be more specific. I know that the council's landscape architect has adjusted her comments in relation to the current application and downgraded her original assessment of landscape impacts from, and I quote, significant to serious. Those words worry me, and I am concerned that such terminology might give the impression that the adverse impacts on landscape, etc., had been resolved. They have not. Furthermore, I find it quite illogical that because the application has been revised down from 11 turbines to 8 turbines, that it should be judged on that basis, i.e., that it's the lesser of two evils, the position seemingly adopted throughout the developer's addendum. Clearly, 8 turbines will have less effect than 11, but that should not be the basis of the judgment. The comparative judgment should be the impact of 8 turbines against a baseline of no turbines. Surely the council can't approve an application because it's not as bad as another one might have been. As well, despite the guidance of the council's landscape capacity study referenced in LDP policies, the remaining turbines are all about 1.5 times the 80 metres threshold for large typology turbines, with consequent scale effects. SNH made clear their concerns that the development would cause a number of significant effects, with indirect effects on the more sensitive, smaller scale landscape to the south, west and east, visual and indirect landscape effects upon and from the Loch Ken area, cumulative landscape and visual effects and impact on the overall landscape of the foothills with forest LCT. These are all unresolved and remain a significant adverse effect. SNH found some effects were underestimated, and they found a greater spread of landscape and visual effects than those reported in the environmental statement. But their most incisive comments were, and I quote, because of the types of issues that this scheme would cause, it would be difficult to modify, though thought could be given to the use of much smaller turbine heights to lessen the landscape and visual impacts upon the Loch Ken area. In short, SNH thought modification was problematic, although with much smaller turbines, there might be a resolution to some of the difficulties. This advice has been ignored, and there is still the prospect that turbine blades will be twirling 54 metres higher than the summit of this landmark hill, which will be a huge visual distraction and cannot be said to mitigate the effects of turbine scale in relation to the summit of Mokrem Fell, as quoted in the developer's addendum. In my view, this will exacerbate the scale effect.
30 seconds to go, Dorothy.
I've nearly finished. The developer maintains that to reduce the height of the turbines would not be economically viable, in which case I would suggest that logically this is not the right development in the right place, as Scottish planning policy advocates. Thank you.
Members? Thanks, Dorothy. Turn to your seat. Could I have Oscar Yerdborough, please?
Thank you. As a supporter, should I be speaking from the objector's microphone, or is... Right. Ladies and gentlemen.
Going to let you know 30 seconds to go.
Thank you. As one of the landowners who would benefit from the scheme...
Say, excuse me, if you're going to go on like that, I'll ask you to get removed. Right, you have 5 minutes.
To clarify before we begin there, that would probably help actually. I'm actually the manager and part owner of Barwillenty Estate, and I'm speaking here on support of the scheme. So obviously as one of the landowners who would benefit from this scheme, I'm obviously not impartial. I am, however, running a very diverse business that must be sustainable if it is to continue to support the local economy, be that through employment, affordable housing, tourism, and primary production. Renewables have a key role to play in diversification. We have been a local employer since the 19th century, and my soon-to-be wife and I have huge aspirations to grow our business base further, which in turn will support the local economy, both directly and indirectly. We see our region, together with so many people in Dumfries and Galloway, as having huge tourism potential. Unlocking this potential requires capital, and this scheme provides that capital both for ourselves and the local community. The Community Benefit Fund could raise in the region of 3 million. At the financial benefits of a community turbine, I believe we'd be short-sighted to miss such an opportunity for what is extensively something that will exist on our landscape for 25 years. The developers have undergone a great deal of scrutiny from ourselves in designing the scheme, as we are passionate as everyone else in where we live. It is clear the developers have also adopted a collaborative approach in designing the scheme. Turbine numbers have been reduced together with heights. There are now no objections from key professional consultees, and I would hope all those who have objected to the scheme have read and understood the 1,000-page plus environmental impact assessment, together with all the other valued evidence. In summary, the impact of the landscape and visual amenity must be weighed up against not only the government's policy requirements to meet renewable energy targets, but also the socio-economic benefits that the scheme will bring to the local economy. It is clear the proposal has been amended such that these visual and landscape impacts fall within acceptable limits, and consequently, this scheme should be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Members? Thank you, Oscar. Could I have the applicants now, Shahid Ali, Lynn Sweeney, Catherine Martin. You've got 5 minutes. I'll let you know 30 seconds to go. And that's a collective 5. That's collected 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Catherine Martin, and I work for Falk Renewables. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. With me are Lynn Sweeney, our partners from Coriolis Energy. Lynn has developed Mokrem Fell, and also Shahid Ali, a planning consultant with Jones Lang LaSalle, and we are ready, all of us, to answer your questions after this presentation. Falk have 7 operational wind farms in Scotland, all of which we developed after careful discussion with the local authorities and the communities. And we welcome the recommendation that Morecambe Fell should be permitted, and we believe this is the correct recommendation. But we also understand the concerns of local residents. The people directly affected are the most entitled to object, and they will be entitled to the benefits. We believe that the project before you is a good one that complies with policy, will bring real benefits, and is acceptable. This site was found through a search of areas out with protected designations and within areas suitable for this type of development. The committee report confirms that the project complies with the relevant policies of the development plan and agrees with the development plan as a whole. It is exceptional that after consultation, no statutory consultee objects to the proposal, and this is a result of Coriolis' close working with all consultees since the application was submitted. All of the objections to Morecambe Fell have been addressed. For example, following landscape comments, we have amended the scheme from 11 to 8 turbines. We are pleased that the planning officer and the landscape architect have supported this amendment, which aims to reduce the landscape and visual effects on key views and homes, and focuses development in the less sensitive area of the site to the north of Morecambe Fell. By working in partnership with council officials, we have achieved that objective. Ecology and ornithology have been considered by the RSPB, SNH and Galloway Fisheries Trust, and no objections have been lodged on any biodiversity or protected species grounds. Both the council's archaeologist and Historic Scotland have no objection, and no significant adverse effects on the historic environment have been identified, including on the setting of Morecambe Fell Fort. The Roads Department and Transport Scotland have confirmed that they have no concerns for the trunk road network, and Tourism Scotland have lodged no objection. Public access running through the site will be protected. Mr. Yerberg has amplified how the scheme will help support the estate as a whole and maintain local jobs. Morecambe Fell will also benefit the local area and communities. Falk will help local businesses by holding an open day before construction so that the main contractors can learn at first hand about local services available. And we will need engineers to carry out annual maintenance and to restore the site after 25 years. There will be financial benefits to the council and community from business rates of about $250,000 each year for 25 years. It is important to Falk to make our wind farms a part of the communities in which they are located. At Morecambe Fell, we will provide a community benefit fund of £5,000 per megawatt per year. That is £120,000 per annum index-linked for the lifetime of the wind farm. We will offer a cooperative investment scheme, giving individuals a chance to own a stake in the wind farm. And we are discussing the opportunity for host communities to take part equity ownership of the wind farm and benefit directly from revenues over its lifetime. National Planning Framework 3 and Scottish Planning Policy give strong support to renewable energy and recognise the significant contribution that must be made by onshore wind. Morecambe Fell will have an installed capacity of up to 24 megawatts and will make a significant and valuable contribution to Scotland's targets for renewable energy generation. The officer's report concludes that landscape and visual effects are acceptable. The effects on local residents, aviation, biodiversity, tourism, access, forestry and other material
30
factors
seconds, Catherine.
have all been satisfactorily addressed. We believe there are no material reasons to refuse this application. Falk, in conclusion, supports the recommendation that planning permission be granted, subject to the Section 75 agreement and planning conditions, and we will continue to work with the community to make this project a success for the area for its lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Could you just clarify something there? You said that none of the statutory consultees had objected. 3 community councils objected to it. They're statutory consultees. Is that correct? You said there were no statutory consultees had objected.
That's correct. It's in relation to the technical consultees.
Well, as I say, they're still statutory consultees.
Noted.
So you've got three objections there. Members? Jane?
I want to concentrate on planning matters because, of course, community contribution is not a matter for planning and not something that we're interested in. I would like to say you've talked about a significant contribution to the Scottish Government's 2020 matter. I wonder if you could tell me what percentage this would actually be, please, so we can quantify it.
Apologies, I have to work that one out. I've not quantified that level.
Can you repeat that?
Well, my question, Chairman, was about the percentage that this contribution would make to the Scottish Government's targets, because that was majored on in the presentation. Sorry, you didn't hear me.
So that's this, if the wind farm went ahead, what would be the contribution to the Scottish Government's energy policy?
I do not have that as a percentage, but the 24 megawatts will certainly help to achieve the ambitious targets which have been set by the Scottish Government for 2020, and there's a valuable contribution towards that figure.
I just say that's not part of the plan anyway, Jane. Other member? Right, thanks. Thanks very much. Members, we're now in session. Councillor McCarthy.
Yeah, Chairman, I'm still going to move that we go for a site visit. I really feel we need to, and I would like the landscape architect to be there. I'm getting increasingly concerned about these wind farm applications that we see that there's nothing in print or in visual display that we put up there can actually give anyone the idea of the scale or the massing or the impact that it has. And I mean, for instance, today we had photographs there which had a low winter horizon with white grey clouds, and then we had the white mass superimposed, but they're almost invisible. But you go out today with a beautiful blue sky, and you can then see the impact of decisions that were made by this committee or its predecessors in the last 20 years that were never considered to make any great impact. You can now stand at Southerness and see the pylons up at Moffat, which was never something that was envisaged at the time. And I really think as a planning committee, we've got to take more care on how we make these decisions. And I really feel that a site visit in this instance is very necessary.
Councillor Maitland.
I would support Councillor McCaughtrey's proposal that we, in fact, carry out a site visit in relation to this application, sir.
Councillor Dryborough.
That also make sure that the council's architect is there as well.
Lucy, could you? No. Oh, Andy.
Can we also make sure the council architect is actually here when you discuss it in chamber again, because some of us may not be available to go to the site visit, depending on what that is. So I think it's absolutely crucial that the architect's here in the chamber when it's discussed.
David.
Yes, I'll certainly do that. Again, I just apologise for the landscape architect not being able to be here today just because of the PLI that's on.
Lucy, can you just run that through?
The recommendation is to defer the item so that the landscape architect can come along and address the concerns and a site visit can be undertaken. At the site visit.
Right, members, I think it's members what a comfort break. We'll take a half an hour, come back at 1:15. I'll let Jim take the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, members. We come to item 6 on the agenda. Non-compliance with condition 1, that no holiday static caravans or touring caravans shall be used or occupied for human habitation except during the period from 1st of March to 31st of October, inclusive of each year of planning permission 98/P/3/0432, to allow the use of 10 caravans for permanent residential use at Missile Park, Lodge Park, Missile Place, Dumfries. The application type is full planning permission. The applicant is Mr. Weatherly, Missile Park, Lodge Park Limited, reference number 14/P/3/0604. The recommendation is to refuse. It's a local application, and the case officer is Andrew Robinson. Andrew, will you take us through your presentation, please?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yes, the application submitted under Section 42 of the Town and Country Planning Scotland Act to not comply with Condition 1 attached to its previous planning permission, which was a 1998 planning application, which restricts occupation of 35 holiday caravans at Muzzled Lodge Park, and the application is seeking to allow 10 of those caravan static pitches for permanent residential use. This is the site outlined in red, which is situated to the southwest of the small building group of Muzzled Place, and in the centre of the site is a substantial unlisted mansion house. In terms of what's been approved at this site, current planning permission is covered by the 1998 application, which approved 15 residential caravans for permanent residential use and 35 holiday static pitches. The red line shows a further 5 additional static pitches which were approved in 2004. There were 2 holiday houses approved also under this planning permission, which were a change of use of an existing building into the holiday cottages, and the mansion house obtained planning permission for change of use to 6 flats in 2012, but this has not been implemented and the permission has expired. So the existing site plan is laid out like this, which for those that can't quite see all of the colours, the 15 permanent homes are shown in brown at the bottom of the site at the south. The holiday cottages are shown in orange, which are just by the mansion house, just there. And the static pitches, there's actually 33 out of 35 being implemented. In white are those which are vacant, and those which are shown in purple, of which there's 8 of them, are the ones that are occupied. So there's at present there's 25 vacant pitches. The proposal is seeking to change 10 of these static pitches, which are for holiday accommodation, to be used for permanent park homes, and these are shown in red. So just by the access and just in the northern corner there. In terms of the appearance of the site, this is looking towards plots 23 to 26 near the access to the site. Further into the site towards plots 18 to 22, and there's 2 there, plots 18 and 20, which are actually occupied. And this is looking towards the northern boundary of the plot numbers 13 to 15 with 31 to 32. This is the current appearance at the rear of the site. This is actually where some of the permanent homes are proposed to be, where plots 13 to 17 are, which are currently vacant. This is looking back towards the south of the site, so you can see the mansion house just in the background there. And this is the current access road into the site. So after assessing the submission, officers consider that the principle of the proposal actually fails the requirements of the local development plan. It's also being considered whether a business case that's been submitted in support of this application to justify the change to 10 permanent residential houses would override, would be considered as a material consideration to override the provisions of the development plan. But it's considered by officers that the business case put forward doesn't actually put a presumption against the provisions of the development plan, and it's therefore recommended for refusal as outlined in the report.
Thanks, Andrew. Do any members have any questions for the case officer at this moment in time? Councillor Maitland?
I do have just a question. I mean, it's to be absolutely clear, this is the whole business about caravans. When's a caravan not a caravan, I think, isn't it? If I've got this right, it says here in the report that this is not a change to housing. It's a change from one type of caravan for another type of caravan. Is that, or is that really, that's
it's a permanent occupancy instead of a temporary occupancy. But I'll ask David to respond to that.
Yes, if we've got clear, that, you know, that's what the applicant is claiming, but I just want to be absolutely clear what we are doing.
Yes, as Andrew set out, I mean, what this is really about is an application under Section 42 of the Planning Act for non-compliance with a condition. And the condition that was attached to the 98 permission restricted the use of the caravans on the site to prevent it from being permanent occupation. Obviously, there was a financial spin-off and a constant holiday flow of traffic. So it was to prevent that. But what they're applying for here is for 10 of the units to be used as what's known as park homes. In other words, they're in permanent residential use. So whilst they meet the definition of a caravan, they are, albeit in any other sense, regarded as a dwelling house, basically.
Thanks, David. That's suited, Jane. Any other member? Okay, we have one objector, then we have the agent and the applicant. So the objector is Alec McKechnie. Can you come to the table, please, Alec? You will have 3 minutes time to present your representation, and I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go when you
Can I
have time to make
just make a quick point, please, Mr. Chairman? Apparently, when I registered to speak, I didn't make it clear that I'm actually the spokesperson for the 17 objectors. I appreciate that that hasn't got through, so I'll be tied to the 3 minutes because I asked for an extension and you said no. So what I've got here is I will go through it in as timely manner as possible, but there are some quite important points to all the objectors that I'm speaking on behalf of as well as myself.
As long as you do those stick strictly to 3 minutes, and I do apologise that didn't work out for you, but unfortunately we are constrained with the the mechanism.
It's not a problem. I just want to make the committee aware that I'm actually speaking on behalf of 17 people, including myself.
Thanks, Alec. Just whenever you're ready, then, sir.
Right. The planning report from the planning officer recommends refusal of this application on the grounds that it does not comply with and is contrary to 3 different policies of the local development plan. The supporting case, including the financial documents supplied by the applicant, are not relevant to the planning application in material terms. I would also like to comment on other points which were part of our objections, which we would like the committee to take into consideration. In 2013, a similar proposal for a change in use from holiday use to permanent residential for 12 units was rejected by the planning before it didn't need to come to council. There was no reason for it to come to committee. The applicant has asked in some of his correspondence why there were no objections to this application at this time. It's quite simple. This is the first time that any of the neighbours have ever been informed of any applications of planning on that site. Nobody's ever had the chance to object to anything because unfortunately none of us picked it up in the paper because we weren't notified as neighbours. It also clearly states on the application form in 2013 in the neighbour notification section, neighbours notified 0, none. This application today is the first chance that neighbours have had to object to anything that's been happening in the caravan park. Other points are environmental and quality of life. The residents in the park and ourselves suffer from low water pressure at peak times. We've spoken to Scottish Water and they've replaced a pressure valve, but unfortunately the infrastructure of the water supply for Cleuch Brae to the caravan park and the surrounding homes isn't big enough to support what's required at peak times. And an increase in residential would purely worsen this. I'm sorry I'm going quick because I'm getting cut for time, I know. We've had a surface water problem with water leaching onto our properties and adjacent farmland, which has been supported by supporting documentation for the farmer. And this is all down to the caravan site having done away with drainage ditches and the removal of a soak-away pond, purely on a cosmetic basis. We contacted building control, and building control have informed us that caravans are not subject to the same rules and surface water as houses. But in the interests of good land management, they would expect some effort to be made. As yet, it is not. The road that serves the caravan park and our homes is a single-track road from north and south with passing places, and it is not suitable for the sustained increase in traffic further residential development would bring. We also have concerns over the application's interpretation of his park licences.
You have 30 seconds left, Alex.
In several documents from the applicant, it states that the park has a licence for all-year holiday use. On clarifying this with the planners and the Council's Environmental Department, it is clear that the park has a yearly licence to operate as a caravan park, but must operate within the planning consents granted. Currently, the planning consent is for 15 residential lodges occupied at any time of year and 35 holiday homes. But the condition of these holiday homes is they can only be occupied between the 1st of March and 31st of October.
Can you conclude your presentation to conclusion,
just one last point. I'm sorry, it's pretty important. That the site has been in breach of this condition for the last 2 years regarding 2 holiday lodges which have been occupied outside this consent. The site does not have all-year holiday use as it states and advertises, and we would hope with the rejection of this application that the further misinterpretation of the site licences can be cleared up. Thank you.
Thanks very much, and thanks for your brevity. One point about neighbour notification, can you clarify that, David, please?
It rings a bell that I've looked into this in the past, and I think I've given a written response on that. It is obviously an operational matter rather than a planning matter, but the current application clearly has been subject to representation, so due process appears to have been followed with this one, certainly.
Thanks for that. Any members? I've got a number. I've got Stephen, Alistair, and then Ian.
Thank you. It was actually on the subject of neighbour notifications, and I think, you know, should we not go with the recommendations on this particular application? Is there an acceptance that, given the status of the permanent nature of the residences for some of the caravans, the concern would be, are we getting set up for a fall effectively if there's permanent residences but aren't getting treated in the same way as other permanent residences where you would normally be informed if there was a planning application because you're within, you know, you're within the vicinity of the affected area, as it were. So is this something that that you're trying to address in the presentation there, or are you able to provide more information about that?
The previous application, which was 2013, which was turned down, and the application prior to that for the mansion house to be converted into 6 residential flats, which has since lapsed because it hasn't been implemented. None of the neighbours were notified as regards either of those 2 planning applications. It transpires with discussion with the residents on this, the fact that the onus has went back onto the council and not the applicant in the time frame between these to be responsible for neighbourhood notification, that we have been notified this time, whereas prior it would appear the applicant chose not to notify because the boundaries are clear and every one of the 17 objectors that has objected to this on the planning conditions that the officer has rejected it on and the other conditions that I've just raised that we have problems with has property either bordering onto the caravan park or shares the access road to the caravan park. And on every one of the objections, the objector has clearly stated what relevance their location has to the caravan park. So it's stated on every one, whether you're a neighbour with adjoining land, whether you're a neighbour with adjoining land and shared driveway, private access, or whether you're a neighbour with shared access. So it clearly states the interests that every individual has. There's nobody here objecting for Tobermory because they don't want to see a caravan development. And everyone that's objected is objecting to this proposal to increase the residential aspect of the caravan park. Nobody's objecting to the caravan park. It used to be a very vibrant, popular, busy place, and we're supporting letters of documentation have said that. None of the objectors have any problem with any of the residents in the park. Everybody gets on well. There's good relationship. People meet day to day, dog walking, etc. We would like to see the park do well and prosper, but this is not a suitable place.
Alec, I hope you're not using this as an opportunity to put this presentation here.
No.
Well, can you just...
The gentleman asked me a question.
I know, and you shouldn't have asked it at all because this office has already been asked a question and responded. Right. There had been a correspondence with the objectors, and in this occasion, the mechanism was appropriate. That question was already answered. But as long as you're not using this as an opportunity to do the rest of your presentation.
There was a further question there as regards how we felt about the existing residential status. And that is purely what I was attempting to answer. And I apologise if answering your question has affected the meeting. I apologise.
Thank you. Alistair Witt.
Thanks, Chair. I'm looking at the summary of objections at 3.2, and what brings to me, what I particularly noticed was the comments, which I would appreciate some elaboration from Mr McKechnie on, regarding removing all links with the local community who use the site for community events. And further on, there's an inference that in the past there was some opportunity for local employment, which seems to have gone away. Care to elaborate on that? I'd just like some
I will, if I may. Thank
Absolutely,
you.
but just try and be brief, please. Aye.
I've lived in there for 16 years, and I built 2 properties next to the caravan park, and I knew it was there when I moved down, because I actually used to live in Torthorald, and I used the bar and restaurant in the caravan park, Muswell Places it was known at the time. Several of my friends for Cullen, Greenlay, Torthorald, all frequented it, supported it, and it was a busy, as I say, vibrant place. When I moved down there, I discovered that the caravan park was actually part of a kind of social hub of the community as well. Fundraising events took place in Gillespie Memorial Hall in the village of Muswell, and holiday park owners used to come and support those events because they were advertised in the small bar and restaurant. There was a good interaction between people, holiday owners and local residents. The bar used to put on fundraisers for the school and various other things, charities that were taking place, and holiday makers, tourers and holiday homeowners would participate in this and enjoy it. They were part of the community, and it worked exceptionally well. That worked for the last 3 owners who have been there in the 16 years I've been there. The new owner that took over, sitting to my left here, has chosen, in my opinion, to take the park in the direction where, because the bar's closed, there's no on-site facilities for tourers, there's no on-site facilities to encourage people to buy holiday homes in the site, and he's got 2 other holiday parks that have got fantastic holiday facilities that he's invested in, means that there's a reluctance. It's unlikely to make it, and he's driving it in a permanent residential use direction. The employment thing was that all the prior owners of the park used local tradesmen for their maintenance and their repairs, and they employed local people for the village of Muswell, temporary barmen, young lads and lassies as waitresses in the small bar restaurant. So with a change of direction, we've lost the local employment to maintain the place, and we've lost the youth and people getting a chance to be bar staff and waitresses, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. Ian Carruthers.
Thanks, Chairman. We'll just try to get in the context here. I've spoke to both Alec and Brian, and they both lobbied me away from the committee, so I've got a clear understanding pretty much of where they're coming from. But Alex brought in another point that he's representing 17 other people here, 17 objectors altogether. So what I'd like to do is get an understanding from yourself, Alec, what is the concerns? When you look at the face of this, it looks like what's really happening is rather than 6 months, people there 6 months a year, you've got to have them in 10 of the caravans, and 12 months of the year, so they're running. They'll be there on a permanent basis rather than 6 months. So what is the concerns? I'll give you a chance. I'm trying to give you the chance.
No, we're not going to do that, Ian. We're not giving Alec a chance because he's had an opportunity to make a representation here. He's had his 3 minutes. We've had 2 lengthy responses. We're not going to have a collective from Alex about what the concerns are. He's had his 3 minutes. There are
Chairman, I think you're stifling debate. You're taking away democracy at this point, and I really dislike the attitude that you're taking. I'm only asking a question of the objector here. I'll ask similar questions of the applicant when they come forward as well. I think you should give them a chance. You've given everybody else a chance. It's my own ward. I want to hear what people are saying in regards to this. I don't want to stifle
had the
debate.
opportunity to go and see the people at an earlier date instead of because we could have a 20-minute presentation from the gentleman on what the concerns are.
I can assure you, I can give you a short
You've been limited
response.
to 3 minutes. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll give you 1 minute at the very most to reply to Councillor Carruthers' question.
That's inconsistent with the other people who have questioned, Chairman. I'm sorry, that's an inconsistent approach. I don't agree with that, and I will make a complaint.
Okay, in that
if you take that
attitude.
attitude.
Councillor McCaughey. Well, we're here to conduct a planning committee, and I think so far all we've had is questions about a business. How somebody runs their business is their affair. It's no affair of anybody else or this committee. We're here to make a decision on planning, and let's try and stick to that instead of members leading us up blind alleys.
As long as it's not an exchange we're engaging in either.
I asked a clear question, Chairman. What was the difference, they say, between the 6 months residential as it stands compared to the year? I want to have a clear understanding what the objections are, and I'll ask the same questions when it comes to the applicant.
You're wanting to, the officer will tell you the difference between 6 months and a year if that's what you want.
The question's been posed. It's up to yourself whether you accept it, and if you don't, I'll make a complaint, but that's up to you.
Fine, I'm not accepting it. Any other questions for the objector? In that case, thanks for your time, Alec.
Right, thank you.
We now have the agent and the applicant, Alan Cooper and Brian Weatherly. Gentlemen, you will have 3 minutes collectively. I'll give you 30 seconds warning when to conclude your presentation.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to make 2 legal points on the report. The application is registered as a variation, not a non-compliance. And the second thing is that the Council for the last 7 years has issued a licence which is non-compliant with the conditions of the original 17 years old consent. The licence has no time restriction on it that reflects what you have in your report. Now that's quite significant because under the licence, the operator could have somebody on site year-round on a holiday basis, provided they have a house elsewhere. And as there's no difference between a holiday home that's for private use or holiday use, what is the difference between the two? Now my client is not going in that direction. He wants to make this business sustainable. And the reason for the report is, the reason that you have in your report is you've assessed it as a change of use. The application was using a change of use to try and create a more sustainable business. And the original application was on the basis of using the conversion of the flats, the house into flats, and using the 10 changed units to create funding, because for the last 7 years now, the site has lost money. The site has lost £150,000 in the last 7 years. And how does it go forward in terms of being a sustainable business? So the way we approached it was to say, we'll use the conversion of the mansion house into 6 permanent flats as a mechanism for trying to put it on a more sustainable basis for the future. And so how do you do that? We suggested that the way you could do that and still retain half the number of units on site for holiday purposes is to change from holiday use to permanent use 10 units, which would generate capital which could be reinvested in the business to create a long-term sustainable. Now, I don't know whether the Chartered Surveyor looked at our business plan. It was prepared by a chartered accountant, but I don't think that that was really evaluated fully.
You have 30 seconds left, sir.
Thank you. I would like to suggest that this application is deferred for a decision, that we would be willing to look at what would be absolutely fundamentally essential to achieve the conversion of the mansion house and put the whole caravan site on a better footing. And we'd like to suggest that you come and have a look at the site. The site is not set up for touring caravans.
To a conclusion, please.
I simply ask that in view of the legal aspects of your report before you, it's perhaps not competent for you to take a decision in view of the licence and the registration of the application as a variation. And I suggest that we would like to have a further discussion with the planning officer in terms of how we could go forward.
Thank you for that. Do any members have any questions? Ian Dick?
Yeah, could you just maybe explain the difference between variation, as you understand it, and non-compliance? If it was a variation, why is it down as an application for non-compliance?
That is my very question, why it's registered by the authority, validated and registered as a variation of condition number 1. If it was a non-compliance, that would mean my client has actually been using these stances illegally. That isn't the case. Therefore, what we're saying to you, you can't use the word non-compliance when something hasn't happened.
Ian, follow on? Or?
I suppose I'm maybe asking for clarification from the officer.
David will do his best.
I can.
Andrew will.
I can answer that. The wording has been changed to reflect the wording of Section 42 of the Town and Country Planning Act. There is no such thing as a variation of planning condition under that Act. You cannot vary a condition on an extant permission, or an application under Section 42 of the Planning Act does not vary a condition. It is an extant permission and it still remains relevant and enforceable. An application under Section 42 of the Town and Country Planning Act is an application for non-compliance with conditions previously attached to planning permissions granted, which is essentially what this application is. If this application was to be approved, it would not override the previous planning permission. That is extant, it has been implemented. But this would be a separate application that would allow the non-compliance with that condition that is enforceable and that is attached. So that's the reason that the wording was changed on validation, to make it more accurately reflect what the legislation is for those types of applications.
Thanks, Andrew. Okay. Any other members for the applicant agent? In that case, if you turn to your seats, I'd be grateful. Thank you. Members are now in session. Councillor Carruthers.
I think it just goes back to that very point, just like clarity on that, in regards to the licence as well. I think from what's been said there, I think they've got a year's. They kind of could be occupied all year round, which I think if that's the case, it would make a considerable difference to the actual what's recommended within the papers.
David.
Well, I can only reiterate what Andrew said in terms of the wording of Section 42. In terms of the licence, that's a licence which is applied to environmental health. That's a caravan licence, that's freestanding legislation. The planning permission, which is all the planning committee can actually address, has a condition which is quite specific. If the applicants wish to not comply with the terms of the existing conditions, they have to submit an application to do that. So they are two freestanding separate pieces of legislation, and as with anything, you can have something which complies with a building warrant but doesn't comply with planning permission. They are freestanding, and that's really why you've got an application before you today.
Yeah.
Just so we're absolutely clear on the condition states 6 months occupation, is that correct? Rather than a year?
Andrew,
the full wording of the conditions actually at the end of paragraph 1.3 in the italics.
Yeah, so 1st of March, 31st of October, and this would be basically unrestricted permanent residential use of it.
Right, well, let's not be pedantic. We've got a response for Ian. So, members, if there are no other members, are we happy to go with our recommendation? Councillor Carruthers?
I'm not saying I'm happy, but I've read through this again and again and again and again because it is very local to myself and lobbied hard. But I'm in agreement with what's recommended with the clarity that we've had. I think I've been through it again and again and again, like I say, and it's the proviso that this will take forward. I mean, fair enough, I haven't seen the confidential business case. I've got some further facts today in regards to the loss and the amount of loss has been over the last 7 years. But after serious consideration within the information that's contained within the report, I would agree with the recommendation in regards to it should be refused on the grounds it's been applied for.
Okay, are there any alternative proposals to that? In that case, the decision is unanimous. Lucy, can you confirm the committee decision, please?
The recommendation has been to refuse this application.
Thank you, Lucy.
Got land, item 7, land adjacent to Dundrennan Community Hall, Dundrennan, application 14/B/2/0485. Got, where's my paper? We've got Judith to go through this.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Moving on to the slides, this is the location plan. The site's on the northern boundary of the village of Dundrennan and includes an existing roofless building of traditional construction. The site's adjacent to the A711, which you can see running straight up and down the image. That's the main road between Auchencairn and Kirkcudbright. Currently, the main access to the site is along a retained road, which is in front of the terrace. I've got better images that I'll let you see that later on. And the site's enclosed by agricultural fields round the north side. The site's in the Solway Coast Regional Scenic Area. Moving on, I don't know how clearly you can see that. I'll try and, sorry. I've read that. Possibly the best thing is if I go through the images, and then if you want to go back, I can point things out. The A711 goes along the bottom of the drawing. It's not in. You can see the landscaping on the verge, and the existing building it's got ruin written in it. I'll try and point it out. That's it here, and this is some works that have been carried out, which I've got images of later. This is the proposed site plan. That's the ruinous building, which will form the main living accommodation in the dwelling house, and this is a domestic garage to the rear. The access, proposed access, comes in from here, which is the A711. The existing access along the front of the terrace comes along and in here. There's proposed driveway and parking and turning area. This is aerial view of the site, which should hopefully clarify it a bit better. The site is here with the access. This is the community hall next to it, and these are the properties of the terrace with the gardens behind, and this is Plane Tree Cottage across the road. Moving on to elevations, the first image is the front elevation, which would face the main road. It's a fairly traditional cottage in appearance. And next to that, this one here is the one you would see as you're coming into the village, facing northish. And you can see the garage doors here, which are quite high, and it's clarified a bit better in the section here, where you can see through the windows. This is section through the site. There's quite a drop here where there's been excavation carried out to make way for the garage walls, which have been completed to eaves level, and this is the existing ruinous building. Ground floor and first floor plan, and the main thing really to point out on this is that's the ground floor plan and the first floor here with the high level walkway with stairs down and a mezzanine level on the garage. And the main accommodation in the front part of the building. This is on approach to site from the southwest in the A711, that you can see the retaining wall holding up the terrace, the access in from that side. This is closer in from the same direction. The site's on the left-hand side behind the conifer hedge, where the conifer hedge kind of finishes about the out of the, you know, you're in a 60-mile-an-hour section of the road where it's clear. That's about where the access would be into the site. This is taken from the north corner of the site, looking down. That's the existing building, and this is the garage, part of the proposed garage, which I've got a photograph of it later, which is uncovered, which is that one. Fairly self-explanatory, the garage walls and the existing building. This is panning round towards the north. The flat area is where the proposed parking and turning area would be, and just behind the lorry is where the access would come in at the road. This is a view along the terrace. Quite a lot of representations mention this road, and this is just to let you see what that looks like, and the sites behind the wooden gate between the van and the community hall. And this is the last image of approach to the village. The access is just beside about the lorry, about the 30 mile an hour signs, where the blocks are really. That concludes my presentation, but in summary and as detailed in 4.5 and 4.6 of the report, the proposals considered to be contrary to local plan policy H2 and the associated supplementary guidance, because the extensive plot and layout of the access would not relate well to the layout, character and form of the village and would lead to inappropriate ribbon development. The application is therefore recommended for refusal.
Members, any points of clarification? Judith, Andy?
Thanks, Chair. Can you just go back to the slide which showed looking from the village out the way on the road? Just go back one there. How far is it? You're saying it's at the end of that little hedge where the access is going to be, am I right? How far is it then from the blind corner to that access? Yeah, I know that one, the one further up in the distance. For people coming the opposite way, coming back towards the site, the proposed site?
I'm afraid I don't know that, but if you have a look at the consultation responses, the council roads officer has no objection, but I haven't measured the blind corner distances.
Yeah, I think the point I'm trying to make though is that that's 60 miles an hour from that blind corner to the 30 signs, and the entrance is outside the 30 signs. Am I right?
Yes.
Yes,
the roads officer has recommended that 30 miles an hour signs should be changed should the application be approved.
That's then the crux of my point though. How far is it then from there to the blind corner?
I don't know.
I'm talking about road safety here. Okay, thank you.
Jane?
It's on the access issue as well. I noticed that the roads officer suggests that the existing access should be closed prior to any works commencing. Is that the one in front of the hall, the community hall? That's that one. Okay, right. And I've got another question, if I could, please. You're suggesting that there's ribbon development. What's the implication for the other side of the road, if this was built, if this was accepted contrary to officer recommendation? What is the implication as far as the other side of the road is concerned? Is there an issue? Because if we move the 30 mile an hour limit out, what then happens with the other side of the road? If you look at the aerial photograph, I think that gives it quite clearly that there's quite a big space.
Yes, I think as well, if you look on page 89 of your agenda papers, that sets it out quite clearly. You've got, trying to see the Plane Tree Cottage, I think is the one on the other side of the road, is the current limit, which is pretty much in line with the building. But its curtilage is in line with the building that's on the other side of the road, pretty much. This would be extending out into what's basically an open field. So yes, it would potentially cause an issue with other applications on the southeastern side of the road coming forward, and us finding it difficult to argue that it hadn't sort of leapfrogged its way along.
No members? As I say, with no objectors wishing to speak, could I have the applicant, Joe Hunt, please?
Roof's too high.
Joe, you've got 3 minutes and I'll let you know 30 seconds to go.
Sorry, I'm really hard of hearing.
Oh,
I wear two hearing aids. I couldn't approach the bench.
You've got 3.
Any chance, could I? Is that possible or no?
It'll not make any difference because you'll be speaking through the mic.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right, no, just I can't hear anything because the roof's so high.
You've got 3 minutes, we'll let you know 30 seconds to go.
Really sorry. I wrote this down. Right, my name is Joe Hunt and I've lived in and around Dundrennan for 45 years. My dad worked at the range for 35 years and my mum at Dundrennan School for 25. I've lived in Abbey Park for 37. In 2001, I looked at many sites in the local area to build my house, and with the kind help and advice from senior planner Ronnie Irvin, found none of them to be suitable. Following the guidelines set out, given to me by Ronnie Irvin as to what I should be looking for, in 2002, I located the site in question at the edge of Dundrennan. The site already had 2 old buildings on it, previous outline planning permission for a dwelling house. It's got existing water and sewerage connections in place, and the nearest residential area is over 20 metres away, 7 metres below me, with no windows facing the site. The only problem, as Ronnie Irvin pointed out with this on his site visit, was that I had to get a suitable access from the main road, and that was up to the roads department. Suzanne Maguire from the roads department visited the site and advised me that the only safe position with acceptable amount of excavation for an access was between the 30-mile-an-hour signs and the original entrance to the field, which was always located further out the village. In order to help me out, Mr. Fisher agreed to sell me the land to incorporate the original entrance from the road on his terms and conditions, and this is the only reason that the site is so large. In 2004, the site was fenced off on the request of Mr. Fisher to incorporate the large electric pole that's up in the top corner and the water main that runs diagonally across the site. So the rest of the site really isn't, the upper part of the site isn't any use for anything, because you're not allowed to build 6 metres across the diagonal water main. In 2005, the site was finally registered in my name as a building plot when Mr. Fisher removed it from the agricultural register. In 2006-2007, the position of the access was agreed with my then architect Lindsay Clark, Kevin Morrison from the roads department, and Ronnie Irvin, who requested it to be moved some 20 metres in towards the village.
You've got 30 seconds, Joe.
I'm sorry.
You get 30 seconds to go. You're only allowed 3 minutes. You've got 30 seconds to go.
I'm really, really sorry. I'm really sorry. Oh, well, it's okay. Well, the building I'm applying for took careful planning over many years to match the surrounding position, to match the surrounding village. It is virtually completely screened from the rest of the village by the village hall, and then approach the village with a hedge, and it doesn't overlook anywhere residential. I'd like to thank the majority of the village residents for their ideas and advice and support in this project.
Can you just wind up now, Joe? Wind up now.
I'll need to come out and speak to you. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. I really can't hear you. That'll do. I can't. I had. I didn't realise I'd only. After 13 years of my life, I didn't think I'd only get 3 minutes.
Members? Members, any questions for Joe? Andy?
Position that.
No, it's actually no question for Joe, it's a comment here. This is actually ridiculous. A member of the public with a hearing impairment can absolutely, but the minute we found out and he's no loop system in place, something else should be put in place, because this isn't the way we should be doing business.
No. They took it out of them, sorry.
Would members be happy with deferral to allow this person to get some assistance? Because clearly we're going to do him an injustice here.
Can we defer?
Deferred.
All right.
And we'll need to write to the gentleman and advise him the circumstances that it was abandoned in, and to require that he has some assistance to ensure that we get the job done the next time we get here.
No.
Well, found it difficult. The gentleman can't hear us, so and he didn't understand. So what we're doing is we're going to abandon the hearing today, invite him back with either a hearing aid or some system or some support so he understands what we're doing.
It's just the side of the roof, that's all. It's because it sounds lost in the roof. I mean, it's such a shame to go into everybody's hassle.
We'll have the hearing in room 2 the next time. It'll not be as large.
Just come out and speak to you.
If that's any good.
If you didn't mind.
He's not hearing even there.
Huh?
We'll have it in a smaller room the next time.
Going to have it in a smaller room the
Oh,
next
right,
time.
cheers, right, thank you. Right.
Just defer.
Not me. Aye.
Members have agreed to defer it.
We'll just defer this to a future date and you'll be...
And you'll be written to advising what's going on.
Okay, thank you.
This item is going to be deferred so that reasonable adjustments can be made for the applicant to come back and answer members' questions. It's been suggested that it will take committee room 2 at the end of the next meeting.
Could you go into item 8 on the agenda, Site 21, Cttee Drive, Dalbeattie, application number 14/P/2/0032, and we've got Judith speaking to this again.
Thank you. Yes, this is an application for planning permission in principle for the erection of a dwelling house, and although details have been provided, the position, scale and design are indicative only. This is the location plan. The site is located on the eastern edge of Dalbeattie in an elevated location backing onto Dalbeattie Wood. The site has 2 accesses, one in the north and one in the south. And the southerly one goes round the back, is actually a shared access with an existing property. This is the site plan as existing. There's the property just under the word site at the top is a property called Overdale. The wood is at the top of the site. We've got Craiglee down at the bottom corner. This is Craiglee here. 2 properties affected by this as number 11 Suffolk Drive, number 15 Suffolk Drive. This is indicative layout which demonstrates how a proposed dwelling house might work. The site falls steeply down towards the properties on Suffolk Drive. That's in here. This is quite a steep slope in here down towards these two properties there. There are two accesses. This is the north access and this is the south access, and the south access is shared with Cttee, and you walk round there to get in. This is sections through the site. I'll just go back one, and sorry, and show you where the sections are. This is section AA through here, BB there, and the long section through here. So this is the long section. This is Overdale. That's the proposed indicative dwelling, and Craiglee and the other property in Suffolk Drive. And this is proposed dwelling. This is the ridge level of number 11 Suffolk Drive. So you can see they're fairly in line. And this is, sorry, this is number 15 Suffolk Drive, and this is number 11. So this is slightly higher. This is 15. Moving on to the images, this is the southern entrance to the site. That's Craiglee, the property that I would have a shared entrance. Roads have pointed out, though, that should the application be approved, they would want the northerly access to be used. This is walking up there and turning round towards the site. That's still Beatty Wood on your right-hand side, and the site straight in front of you. And it opens out to look like that, and you can see the slope down towards the other property. But I've gone round to the northerly access now. That's the one which roads are in favour of between the two properties. I've walked up there, and this is standing looking back down the northerly access, and then panning round, looks like that towards Craiglee. And this is, I've walked along the site looking down to number 15 Suffolk Drive. And number 11 is behind the high hedge. And this is taken from the rear of number 15, just looking towards Craiglee to try and give an indication of the slope. So in conclusion, it's considered that erection of a dwelling house on this site would be contrary to local development plan policies OP1 and OP2 because it would be sited significantly higher than numbers 15 and 11 Suffolk Drive, which would result in an overbearing and unacceptably prominent form of development which would not be in keeping with the character and appearance of the area. A dwelling house on this site would have an unacceptable impact on the amenity of neighbouring properties, and the application is recommended for refusal.
Members, point of clarification. Jim?
Thanks, Chair. Is this proposal at a similar height level to Overdale?
I went out, excuse me, and had a look at I think the actual levels are given on the sections, the levels of some of Overdale. But what I did was I went out and had a look relatively of Overdale and the properties on Suffolk Drive and number 1 and the property in front of it. And they generally looked out at a level more of eaves level than of ridge level, whereas this one is looking onto the ridges almost approximately of 11 and 15, whereas the other two looked out more at eaves level.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'm just looking at the previous history was outline planning permission 37268, approved 19 February 1969. Was that for that entire street? I mean, that'll go back to Stuartbury County Council, Stuartbury County Council when I think about it. I realise it's all piecemeal up that area. Was there one application granted outline for the entire development? And it's all been done in a gradual basis, because I know that all the houses are different designs, different ages, but what is the real planning history behind this particular street?
Judith?
In paragraph 4.4 of the report, what we have got is a plan, a very old plan, which is quite difficult to read, from 1969, which shows the area that was approved. And it did have the plots marked out on it, but this site was not one of the marked and numbered plots. But it was included in the red outline that did get permission in principle outline at that stage.
Members?
Yeah. I was going to ask the same question. I was going to ask it of the applicant when they come up. But just in regards to that, I take it that means the principle of development has been established, if that's the case. If it's got permission, it was contained within the red line. Is that the case?
Judith?
Yes, that's the case. Also, but in my report, I have said that the principle of the development is acceptable. It's the detail of the site that's the issue.
Member?
Thank you, Chairman. You mentioned that this property would be considerably above the properties in front. Is it not the case that in that area of Dalbeattie, virtually every house is built into the hill above the one below it?
Yes, you can reply to that.
Thank you. Yes, that's the case. And with the application, there were details given of other properties and applications that were approved that were considered similar. But, you know, and although I've looked at those, we have to look at each application and its merits, and this is the conclusion I've come.
Thank you. There are no other members. Yeah, we've got no objectors speaking here. We've got the age. Andrew and Lindsay Clark, agents, could you? Just remind you, you've got 3 minutes and I'll let you know 30 seconds to go.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to make a number of points in relation to the report. Also, as a point of interest, the property Overdale previously had permission for a house in the garden. Policy H1 relates to sites not allocated. This site was allocated as part of the Council's supplementary guidance on the proposed LDP. The site continues a natural building line and pattern from Oak Bank to Overdale, both in plan and level, and therefore does comply with OP2. There is no overlooking of rear gardens, as these rear gardens do not exist. The site follows an existing tiered pattern viewing over the ridges of adjacent houses and is not an uncommon pattern in Dalbeattie, Kitford or Rockcliffe. As a single dwelling in a residential development, it is therefore compatible with the character and amenity of the area and in accordance with OP1. Furthermore, the report does not answer how this case is different to others that we cite. I appreciate each case on its merit. However, this does not give a licence to be inconsistent. Application of the same standards should produce consistent outcomes.
Good afternoon, Chair, Committee. I'm Lindsay Clark and the owner of this land. My father, William Gibson, bought this land in 1968-1969, subject to a planning approval which was granted in principle for a housing development by the Town Council of the Borough of Dalbeattie. That's how long ago it was. I have a list of various dates, how the development proceeded. It was phased, it was one house at a time. That's the way it went, if you want to see them. In particular, please note that in 1992, Mr. A. Maxwell of D&G Regional Council wrote to our firm with a location plan attached, confirming that this land was included as a development in the Stewartry Local Plan final draft. I started work for John Gibson & Son in 1981, and we extended the services, roads, etc. for this development. The council even contributed at that time for water and sewage. I think it was somewhere around £500 per house. I discussed this application with Dean Clatworthy in January 2014. He commented that this development had planning approval in perpetuity, I think the correct word is. However, he changed his mind, and as a result, I have Andrew. I don't know of any other development in the Stewartry that has been developed as per 1968-69. This development has planning in perpetuity. It was in supplementary guidance. I can't say much more. All I can say is I appeal to you to approve this application application site. We need to support small local businesses, provide sites for houses that local people need, and moreover, Andrew has
Wind up,
proved,
Lindsay, please.
Andrew has proved that the LPDP, it complies with it. So I'd be pleased if you would approve this application.
Members, questions for Andrew or Lindsay?
Just one, I mean, considering the recommendation refused on the grounds of overbearing, overdominant and acceptably prominent form of development, presumably that's because it's sited above properties below. Is there any plans to do screening?
Sorry, there is already screening of a huge hedge. The design of the plans could easily be changed. I've also lost my client in the time that it has taken to get this to this stage. So the plans that were submitted were indicative for the previous client. There's no windows looking from either of those houses back onto that site other than a bathroom window. The house level, the floor level, is at ridge level. So you would have to be a contortionist to be looking down into those gardens, to be quite honest.
Ian?
It was the same question, Chairman, just in regards to, I think, just so we're clear, the principal development's been established. There's no way around about that. Something could be built here, and that's what the case officer said earlier, just in regards to the over-domineering and overlooking. But I think you've answered that, and maybe I think it's been answered. I'll come forward with I'll probably move to see if we can get a site visit, Chairman.
Yeah, remember? No, thanks very much, Andrew. Members, we're now in session. Ian?
One of the members feel if it's appropriate to have a site visit because of the particular characters that have been referred to in this, the overlooking the domineering. If we're on site, we can get a clear understanding of what we're actually considering.
Alistair?
I would agree with that, sir.
Member agree to a site visit? Jane?
No, I think it's actually, I think we could do with it. We could do with it today. I think there's enough information to deal with it today. So I propose we don't have a site visit.
Second though, Jane? Ian? Stephen? Second that.
I have a motion for us today, proposed by Councillor Crothers and seconded by Councillor Geddes, that the matter be deferred so that a site visit can take place. I have an amendment today, proposed by Councillor Maitland and seconded by Councillor Thompson, that the matter could be dealt with today.
Vote.
Councillor Martin.
Amendment.
Councillor Dempster.
Motion.
Councillor Blake.
Motion.
Councillor Crothers.
Motion.
Councillor Dick.
Motion.
Councillor Ferguson.
Motion.
Councillor Geddes.
Motion.
Councillor Maitland.
Amendment.
Councillor McCaughtrey.
Motion.
Councillor McComb.
Motion.
Councillor McKee.
Motion.
Councillor Thompson.
Amendment.
Councillor Witt.
Amendment. No, that makes any difference.
Delta decision, Lucy.
And the decision is that the motion carries with 9 votes for.
With a site visit. We got an item. Okay.
And just to confirm that this matter will be deferred so that a site visit can take place.
Got item 9 in the agenda. Killaloe Filter Station, Shawhead, Dumfries, application number 15/P/3/0007. And we've got Claire to speak on this. Thank you, Claire. Could you just hold it Had it a
Yeah.
second? Ian, did did you declare an interest in this? No. All right, we're on item 9, that's item
It
9.
was item 7 and I wasn't here.
Fine, okay, Claire.
Thank you, Chair. The application is... hang on, not the right one. It's a planning application for erection of a building covering daft tanks, which are dissolved air flotation tanks, and the installation of associated infrastructure at Killalour Water Treatment Works. The application site is at Killalour, which lies to the northeast side of the C23 shorehead to Glenkiln Reservoir Road. This shows a block plan of the site. The proposal is for a new building on the northeast part of the site to house these dissolved air flotation tanks. It's marked up green on the block plan. And this is these DAF tanks are to allow separation of suspended solids and liquids prior to it going for further treatment into the newly built membrane plant building to the east, which was approved by committee in September 2012. You can see that's the These show the cross sections of the new building, which will be at a lower height than the original water treatment works building and obviously the newer membrane plant building. But the subsequent photographs will be annotated so you can see the levels perhaps a little bit more clearly than you can see from the plans. This shows the building itself, which is built into the slope of the site. So this is taken from the southwest side, showing the membrane plant building, which is in green. And then this is the actual entrance to Killalour Water Treatment Works. The application site is to the rear of the building. You can see where the trees in the centre of the photograph. So this is panning right from the previous photograph with 1 and 2 Killalour cottages to the right. As you can tell, it was a really wet day, so I apologise for the quality of the photographs. And this is looking back towards the main entrance. This is taken from the northern corner. So you can see I've marked up the existing brick building of the Killalour Water Treatment Works, which is marked up at 108 790 above ordnance datum. Then this is panning left from that previous photograph. And then I've marked up the levels for the existing membrane building, which is at 107.2 above ordnance datum. And then panning left again, and the proposed DAF building, which will be at 104.7, which is obviously at a lower level. So this is taken from the existing settlement tanks, looking from the eastern side. So these settlement tanks will be covered over with the proposed new building, and the new tanks put in obviously this new building. And then panning left from the previous photograph. And again, a closer view of the settlement tanks. And again, panning left. And then left again. Sorry. What's happened here? So a full assessment of the proposal is set out in the report, and the recommendation is to approve the proposal subject to the conditions relating to noise, and these conditions were similar to that which were imposed on the membrane building, which is the green building to the right of the photograph, and other recommendations set out in the ecology report.
Thanks, Claire. Members, any points of clarification for Claire?
Yes, just looking at that photograph, the first photograph you put up. No, first photograph, that one. Is that a representative colour? What we've got there? Because I have to say,
Sorry, it's probably a more holly bush colour. I just had to, because of the weather that day, I've had to just brighten it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to see it all. But it is actually a dark holly bush colour. That's what the colour is.
right, because I was just saying, if it's all right with you, Chairman, to ask about the colour of that, because I have to say, if that's really truly indicative of what we got it wrong.
Any other member? David?
Sorry, Chair, could you show us the exact siting, proposed siting in relation to the cottages, please?
Sorry?
Could you show us the siting proposed and where the cottages are in relation to that, please?
Yep. Yeah. Yep. The proposed building is the green rectangular block. The two cottages, if David will highlight them to me. Those two there. Yep. And the original water treatment plant brick building is that one there, and then obviously the new membrane plant building is the building to the right, which David's highlighted.
In fact, I thought that the big U-shaped building was the two cottages. Thanks very much.
Sorry. Any other members? No objectors. We'll go to the. Sorry, we've got objector John Powell, who's speaking on behalf of Joe Hall, and also Mr. and Mrs. Hamilton, Michael Kirkpatrick, on behalf of himself and on behalf of David Stairs. Mr. Powell, you there? As I say, could I just. Are you got to be reading separate statements from each of the. You just got to be doing the one.
I'm just going to do the one because I appreciate how busy you are.
You've got
we have to stop and,
you've got up to 15 minutes, but I take it you'll not need that.
I'm hoping not.
Right, good going, John. As I say, you've got 15 minutes, but hopefully we'll tell you 30 seconds to go.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'll try not to keep this too long. I'm speaking on behalf of a number of people, so I will be quick and succinct. Just a bit of background to this. We are here today because Scottish Water, previous application, as the officer mentioned in 2012, for a membrane filter plant, which was granted by this chairman, by this committee, by the chairman's casting vote. Councillor McCorsley said at the time at the committee that it was just a big shed, which will be a blot on the landscape, and we can see we're going to have another blot. Councillor Geddes said that I have very real concern about the aspects of this proposal. And those two gentlemen have been proved correct. However, Councillor Gilroy was proved wrong when they said Scottish Water knew best. Scottish Water has so far spent approximately £13 million on a membrane plant and approximately £5 million on a pipeline from Killylower to Lock and Kit. Both of these are not fit for purpose, and that is why we're having to have the DAF plant built. We, as local residents, are treated on occasion to water feature up in the landscape from this pipeline to Lock and Kit that still doesn't work, and we get fountains on occasion, which is very pretty. Therefore, Scottish Water has submitted the application to erect a DAF plant building within the existing water treatment works boundary, although no room is left for screening. Visitors, some of the objectors that I'm representing come from as far afield as Hampshire and up into northern Scotland, and they come down here for our biggest asset, which is our countryside. This site is now being turned into literally an industrial estate. This application is contrary to the Council's aims or committed to protecting and sustaining our local environment. This does not do that. As the application will require additional pumping capacity against what Scottish Water's planners have said, that the DAF plant is just a cover for settlement tanks. How come, if it's just a settlement tank, do we need a generator and fuel tank? Which, right next to the old water burn, Scottish Water since 2010 have had nine incidents of chemicals and fuel escaping into local watercourses. And the pumps will have to pump water from the green plant there up to the membrane plant, 8.5 million litres per day. Now that is not insignificant pumping. And this, by Scottish Water's own figures, will cost in the region of £68,500 per year. So we've got to the levels of the noise and the damage to the environment. The carbon footprint is colossal. In addition to this, there is the estimated cost of £50,500 to pump water from the membrane plant to the clear water distribution tank, and to pump water from where that green shed is there up to Lock and Kit, which is approximately £147,000 a year. So in total, we're talking £300,000 a year just to pump water, when the existing water treatment work has been going for 79 years. Water coming from Glenkiln Reservoir, and it's all done by gravity. Where are we going? We as objectors have real concerns with the following points. Noise. Because of the additional DAF filter and the pumps, compressors and associated machinery will generate more noise. The applicant stated in their letter on the 25th of February 2015 is misleading, as it has already been identified by the need to pump water from the DAF filter to the membrane filter. And because it's a dissolved air flotation unit, they're going to need compressors to pump air into this 8.5 million litres of water per day. And then you're going to have the machinery to take the sludge away from that plant. If it works, because the record so far is hardly sparkling, if this process works, there will be an increase of tankers transporting the sludge away for disposal. These tankers currently use either the main engines or donkey engine, i.e. auxiliary engines, to operate the pumps to load from a point within meters of our back garden. Just yesterday, for 3.25 hours, we had one tanker there loading at 65 decibels, and the smells from that, you can imagine. Well, we'll not go into detail. So we're getting the odours from the tanks and from the fumes off the vehicles and the engines. Scottish Water state that they will investigate the problem of the tanker loading. Which means, in other words, as I say to when my daughter was young, we'll look after it maybe. They will investigate what they can do. It can be sorted. Electric loading pumps and vapour return systems. This would eliminate the truck fumes and odours of previous loads. The traffic, the C23N is a narrow road which is popular with locals and visitors alike. It is part of a recognised cycle route and used by walkers, dog walkers and joggers. People still travel this road looking for Glenkiln sculptures. Unfortunately, one's been nicked and the others have been moved. But they don't know this. If this application is passed, Killylower will resemble a large industrial estate with large 44 tankers negotiating the lane with no passing places and further eroding road edges. And if it works, they're going to need extra vehicles. Scottish Water state that they won't. They don't know because they've never filtered 8.5 million litres of water as yet. So The loss of privacy. The aforementioned vehicles use a turning area at the back of our house. And also the Scottish Water employees, nice people, but they still have to negotiate round and about the sites. The light pollution. We have already suffered light pollution from the membrane plant. Despite there being a condition number 7 on the decision notice that was passed. Scottish Water states that the external lighting proposed for the DAF plant will be predominantly situated on the side of the building closest to the river. And during construction, there will be temporary building lights in addition. As the Bat Conservancy states, that watercourses are the prime feeding areas for bats, and the lighting affects their feeding patterns. The DAF plant, in siting and design, because of the Scottish Water's incompetence by using the wrong process in the wrong place, to say that the water envelope contains more colours and solids than expected would be laughable, but has been drawn from Glenkiln Reservoir and treated for 79 years, so they knew what was coming down there. The size of the proposed building is large, and I note through all the papers that there's no actual height given for this. It just says above ordnance datums. The building is going to be 22 foot high and highly visible from the road, coming back down the road from Glenkiln. And no screening has been identified. Although Scottish Water are trying to buy land that was alleged to have been refused 3 years ago for the previous application. Scottish Water's statement that the DAF is required to supply the new hospital is also misleading, as most of that water will be coming from a borehole, and they will have the water coming from the hospital that's shutting. Also, they state that there will be no significant pumping or other noise-generating activity. The water, 8.5 million litres a day, being pumped up to the membrane plant. So they fit a standby generator, which we've got 3 now, if anybody wants one, with more than what we need. So why fit a standby generator and enclose it in a 2.2 metre high, 2 metre wide, 31 foot long acoustic shed if they're not going to do any pumping, or if it's just tanks, settlement tanks? We objectors ask that the committee rejects this application from a company that has already spent approximately £18 million of our money. Although Mr Elliott from Scottish Water stated that Irongray Community Council that the cost would be borne by the whole of Scotland and not just Dumfries. So therefore, every man, woman and child in Scotland will be paying approximately £3. Plus, we've got a 1.6% increase on our water bills. And that's from a company whose CEO, Mr Milliken, receives, and I'll not go into details, but he earns £398,000 per year and has just had a £92,000 bonus and a guaranteed 2% pay rise for a company that can't do its job. To say that we as objectors and local residents, are upset is an understatement. And I apologise if I'm starting to go on a bit. The applicant states there will be no increase in traffic movements, which could be correct if it doesn't work. But if it does work, we've got to have more tankers. And that road is not fit for that traffic. The sides of that road are crumbling away now. The noise and the smells in there affects our amenity of our houses. So to end, I would again ask you on behalf of myself and the other objectors, both local and national, who love this area, because we do, don't we? who love this area. So, you know, please refuse this application and give us a break. So Dumfries Conference and Visit Scotland can actually put the Glenkiln route on their map when they're showing people about and advertising this area. Because, as Councillor Maitland said, that colour of that shed is about right, actually. It is glaringly obvious. And we've got no screening at all. We've got inadequate screening around the membrane plant, and we're going to have no screening round the DAF plant. Thank you very much for listening to me. And any questions, I'll gladly answer. And I apologise again if I start going off.
Members, any questions for Mr. Paul? No. That's fine, John.
Yep.
Take your seat now. Now we've got the applicant, Alistair Graham, Eddie Burns, Catherine Suter-Bell and John Parks from Scottish Water, I take it? Yes. A combined 3 minutes, I'll let you know 30 seconds to go if you can fit a reply.
Thank you, Chairman. My name's Alistair Graham, Senior Project Manager with Scottish Water, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to the committee today. This project is of key importance to Scottish Water and to the residents of the Dumfries area supplied by the treatment works. In 2012, this committee granted Scottish Water planning permission to construct a new membrane plant to provide higher quality and reliability of water supply to this area to support new and future development. This plant is now constructed, but during testing it was found that whilst a high standard of water quality can be achieved, the design maximum output volume of water cannot be met. Unfortunately, this means that Scottish Water has not been able to bring this new plant into service. Further investigation and design established that the introduction of a pre-treatment facility in the form of a dissolved air flotation or DAF plant that separates suspended solids from the water would resolve the problem. As the DAF tanks must be covered, a new building is required, and this building is the subject of the application under consideration. The DAF tanks will be located within the operational boundaries of Killalour Treatment Works, and Scottish Water has carefully considered how best to fit the DAF plant within the existing treatment works. The existing sludge lagoons will be excavated and the DAF tanks constructed in their place. The selected site is to the rear of the old water treatment works building, minimising visual impact from the road and from neighbouring residential properties and minimising disturbance. By constructing the tanks at a low level in the site, the apex of the building will be 4 metres below the height of the old water treatment works building. Scottish Water appreciates the concerns of the local residents and recognises that further disturbance may be experienced as a result of this application. We are working with our contractors to minimise disruption to residents during construction. Once the DAF plant is constructed, there will be no change in terms of nuisance to the residents, and we will meet conditions in relation to noise.
30 seconds to go.
Ecological surveys have been undertaken to ensure there will be no adverse impact on protected species, and these recommendations are being followed. Additionally, a planting plan has been prepared for new trees in the field to the west of the DAF plant, and we have verbal agreement from the landowner. Scottish Water is extremely keen to start the bulk excavation work for the DAF plant so that the plant can be fully operational for summer 2016. Any further delay would be prejudicial to programme delivery. We would welcome the committee's agreement with our proposal, which will allow Scottish Water to deliver on its plan for a lasting, reliable and high quality water supply to the area. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Members? Ian?
Just a quick one in regards to the previous speaker. You mentioned I'm just new to this application, just over here. I'm new to this application, but you referred to a different site that would be a gravity feed system, I think, the way he was talking, rather than a pump system. Just could you throw any light on that?
Sorry, I've missed the point of the question. Could you repeat that, please?
I think it was referred to by the previous speaker that there's opportunity of potential different site being looked at by Scottish Water with maybe a gravity feed system rather than a pump system. Just if you could throw any light on that, please.
This application is for a DAF plant to support the existing membrane plant that's already been constructed. There's no opportunity for a gravity feed plant to resolve the situation we're now dealing with.
Ian?
Thank you, Chair. You mentioned that you're working with contractors to minimise disruption to local residents. Could you give me an example of some of the things that you've been able to do?
Okay, can I pass that to my project manager, Mr. Eddie Burns, who's been working with the contractor in the construction of the membrane plant to date? Eddie?
Okay, there's probably been a number of things we've looked at. We've obviously given our contractor, who's on site on a day-to-day basis, over the time has established contact. During the commissioning period for the membrane plant, that we certainly, that had reduced and the sort of day-to-day contacts. But our neighbours have my contact number and they will get in contact if there's an issue. I think John referenced something about lighting. The action we took right away once we realised there was a problem with the lightings we left on when the commissioning guys were working is that we changed the setting of the lighting and also brought other lighting in which pointed in the opposite direction. This was for construction purposes. Or anything else?
Thank you. Is it okay if I come back in that, Chair, through yourself? Yeah, so that's the light, and I'm just thinking, sort of conscious more about time, the time of movements and noise, and I was just wondering if there was what sort of measures you'd successfully put in place to address some of those.
With regards to the noise, obviously when we're constructing the building, the bulk of the noise, there'll be machines moving about, excavators, but we are limited to the times that we would work on the site. In this case, with the new building that we're about to put in, we reckon it would take 5 months roughly to get the building up and get the cladding on, but the bulk of the work will be inside the building. And obviously we've got reinforced concrete bases and supports at the side of the walls. The other interesting thing with regards to noise is that the work that we're doing at the moment, we've obviously got an existing building in front, but we've also got reinforced concrete tanks. Just below the green box, the rectangular box, the two rectangles you see are reinforced concrete water tanks that hold dirty wash water. So there's obviously the construction with the noise, it will take away a lot of the noise level from our neighbours.
Jane?
My question was on noise as well. It's about the tankers and the complaints made by the objector about tanker noise. What is the situation with respect to noise? I presume that there must be an issue if the environmental health must be able to intervene if there is a problem with noise. Could I have some indication about what is the case?
Before we started construction in the membrane plant, which is the building to the right-hand side, we carried out a baseline noise survey, which we've obviously sent on to our neighbours as well. We believe we've obviously got guys working there in health and safety, so we believe we're meeting the limits that we would have to use ear defenders, and not often you would see ear defenders, etc., on the site. But certainly, with regards to noise, at the end of the project, when we complete the DAF plant, if given permission, we would carry out a further survey. And then, if there was an issue with noise, we would then introduce other measures inside the plant. At the moment, we believe that the kit that we've put in, the pumps, are designed to the right levels. And also, we have operators that have to work in these plants. So there's no way that we would allow plant to sort of run down and for the noise levels to increase.
Jane, back in.
May I please, Chairman? It's rather more about the sort of nuisance noise level with respect to the tankers that was being complained about, rather than construction. So I'm really wanting to know, the suggestion was that somebody has to wait 3.5 hours while a tanker does whatever it has to do. And if you could explain to me what the noise implications are for when that tanker is there. I can imagine if you were in your garden enjoying a summer afternoon and a tanker was outside your garden for 3.5 hours, there might be an issue, but maybe you could explain to us how that is mitigated.
I don't have any information on what happened yesterday, but I can certainly look into that. The last time I was on site, when the sludge tankers come onto site to remove the sludge, it took 45 minutes for them to clear. So I would be unsure of why it would take 3.5 hours yesterday. We'd need to sort of look into that.
Mr. Chairman, may I come back and add another part to that answer?
Yep.
The actual application in front of us will create no additional tanker movements when complete.
Thanks. Andy?
Thanks, Chair. First thing, I think it's a comment. I'm a wee bit disconcerted. We're actually hearing the members of the Scottish Water talking as though the planning permission's already been granted. I would have thought they should have said if it's been granted. But that's me being nitpicking. The other question, again, is directed at Scottish Water. Surely there should have been enough foresight in the previous application, so this could all have been done and minimise the disruption at the time. And I'd be interested in their comment as to why it wasn't considered at the time and minimise the disruption to the residents locally.
That's just one application, Andy. Just one application we're looking at, what happened in the past.
Well, we respect, if you remember, we had a site visit last time, and getting back to the noise level situation, the situation is up there, the only noise you hear is the water plant. Right? So to apply decibel levels that would normally be the case in a built-up urban area, right, are they the right levels, and should we be looking at them? And that's the point I'm getting at here. It is deadly quiet up there. That is part of the thing. And with the best will in the world, this is going to add to it. So I'm kind of asking them there, what are they going to put in place? Are they going to have, if they're successful, noise levels that are appropriate to the location, not to an urban area? There's a huge difference.
Are we talking about the noise levels during construction and the noise levels once the plant is running, if it gets permission?
Both of them.
Both.
Thank you. Well, in first instance, I'd apologise if I've given the committee the wrong impression regarding the way I was presenting. Apologise for that. Regarding the noise levels, we've already said we commit to meeting the noise conditions which will be placed upon this application for the operation of this plant.
Is that including when the noise levels should be drastically lower when the plant's running? They will be during construction phase.
During construction phase is a different matter because our construction activity is very different to the normal running of the plant.
Alistair?
Thanks, Chair. I hope I'm not replicating what's already been said, but my issue is about noise as well. And forgive me because I'm not technically minded, but I just wanted to ask about the concern has been expressed about pumping. I mean, what are you got this daft tank? I mean, what extra pumping are you doing compared to the previous operation? Can you give me some clarity on that, please?
Because, as I've stated, the daft tank is built lower than both the original treatment works and the new membrane plant, there is a difference in level, and water will have to be pumped from the daft plant to the new membrane plant. It's a height, and Eddie can keep me right here, of between 2 and 3 metres.
It's 2 metres, 2 metre lift.
Right, Alistair.
Can you speculate, what's the frequency of that, the necessity to pump water? How often does that happen then?
On average, we're producing 8.5 megalitres a day. So normally, over a 24-hour day, the plant will be running for about 16 hours to produce the water.
Jim?
Thanks, Chair. The pumping operation, is it powered by diesel pumps or is it electric pumping which takes place?
All the pumping will be through electric means, through the generator, through the sort of power supply to the site. It was mentioned that we've got generators on site. There's an existing generator in the existing building. We have, on the right-hand side of the membrane plant, a generator at that point. We've got during the design stage, and also when we brought this to planning, we've got a generator just at the membrane plant. We've now done further investigation work with suppliers and our designers, and we now believe that we don't need the second generator, the new generator, and that will be removed.
Come back in, Jim.
Chair. Is it feasible to use electric pumping for the tankers?
Yes, that is feasible. We could move certainly the sludge from the sludge areas to the tankers when they come onto site. In fact, we have introduced that over the last 6 months. When we realised there were some issues with noise, we then changed the means of moving the sludge through our contractor.
Will that be your preferred option in future?
Yes, the sludge will be moved to the tankers that come onto site once or twice, every day. The tanker will be on site, so the sludge will be removed. Sorry, that was 5 days a week.
And pumped electrically?
Yes.
Davy?
Thanks, Chair. It's just to follow on for the pumping of the sludge. Control of the odours. I'm sure you'll appreciate they'll hang around for quite a while and they can be a big issue to neighbours. Have you any plans afoot or any ideas what you can do to reduce the effect of the odours?
Water sludge is very different from sewage sludge. We tend to get odours from wastewater sewage sludge. The water sludge is mostly inert. We understand that the problem was that during not an emergency, but during sort of commissioning stage, we brought a tanker onto site that may have had previously sewage sludge. And when the air was blown, once we realised that, we eliminated those tankers from the site. And Scottish Water's policy is to use tankers which are dedicated to water treatment only, and other tankers which are dedicated to wastewater.
Right, seem to be getting into operational issues here. Is there any other members got any other questions? Members, we're now in session. Thanks very much. Tom?
Thanks very much, Chairman. I can remember going on a site visit the last time, and I think some of us had concerns then. I would actually prefer to go on another site visit, because what I'm not happy about is the fact that we've got a report here with certain conditions, and the trouble is if you oppose something, you can't alter these conditions. I never knew, for instance, that we were granting permission for that. I mean, I did know it was a massive building, it was going to be a blot in the landscape. Did not realise it was that stupid bright green colour, which does not fit in anywhere. We never put in any screening to screen that. So I'd like to go and see the site of this new one and make sure we get it right this time, if the decision is eventually to grant permission. So I certainly don't want to see it the same colour as the one that was granted 3 years ago.
Tom, I think Claire told you that she likened lighten the colours to make the pictures better on. It's a darker green, actually.
Well, according to the report here, it's going to be the same holly green as that. Well, I'd still like to go on a site visit anyway. I think it'd be worth seeing that area again. Because I'm quite sure we did suggest that the thing we gave planning permission to, we did suggest they could plant it down there, which is a wee bit more out of sight, and they said it couldn't be done. I know suddenly they can build a building there now that they couldn't build 3 years ago. I just find it a bit ridiculous. And I'd rather go and have a wee look for myself.
Any other members?
Thanks, Chair. I'm just looking for some guidance for David or any of the team here about the noise levels. And I'm back at this again.
Sorry, Andy, is there any other members wanting a site visit?
Or,
Ian? Any other member otherwise minded? Jane?
I propose we don't go on a site visit.
Alistair?
I'd like to second Councillor Maitland.
A motion has been made by Councillor McCaughtrey and it has been seconded by Councillor Crothers to go on a site visit and decide the item at a later date. The amendment is proposed by Councillor Maitland and seconded by Councillor Witts that there is enough information to decide the item today without the need for a site visit.
You got the vote.
Councillor Martin.
Amendment.
Councillor Dempster. Councillor Blake.
Motion.
Councillor Crothers.
Motion.
Councillor Ferguson.
Motion.
Councillor Maitland.
Amendment.
Councillor McCaughtrey. Councillor McComb.
Motion.
Councillor McKee. Councillor Thompson.
Amendment.
Councillor Ritz.
Amendment.
And the motion carries with 6 votes to 5. A site visit will take place to determine this, and this item will be determined at a later date.